This recording is about imagining a successful version of yourself to become that person, like the book Psycho-Cybernetics by Maxwell Maltz teaches. It's made to work wonders. While you sleep, you'll wake up feeling like a better you. You don't need to focus or try hard. Just relax, let it play, and your subconscious mind will take it in. This is built to change your mind without effort. Want to keep improving? Subscribe to this channel to stay on your path to being your best self. Success is a quiet river that flows deep beneath the surface, carrying with it the strength to shape mountains over time. It's not loud or fast, but steady, patient, and sure. There's a version of every person where this river runs clear and strong, a self that knows no doubt, no hesitation, only the calm certainty of being exactly where it belongs. This self isn't built from struggle or force. It grows from a seed buried in the mind, watered by belief, warmed by possibility. Books like Psycho-Cybernetics whisper a simple truth. What the mind can see, the soul can grow into. And that growth happens in the soft spaces, the places where effort fades and trust takes over. Picture a life where every step feels right, not because the path is perfect, but because the one walking it knows their own worth. Confidence isn't a gift dropped from the sky. It's a garden tended in silence, where roots stretch deep and branches reach high. The mind is a mirror reflecting what it's shown. Feed it shadows, and shadows multiply. Offer it light, and light spills out into every corner. A successful self isn't a stranger, it's a familiar face, waiting to be recognized. The trick is in the seeing, in letting that image settle like a stone in still water, rippling out until it touches everything. Fear likes to creep in, whispering that change is hard, that old ways are safer. But fear is just a shadow cast by a light not yet understood. Shadows shrink when the light grows brighter, and that light comes from within, from a quiet faith that what's possible isn't bound by what's been. Every great thing ever done started as a flicker in someone's head, a spark that refused to dim. The mind doesn't care about clocks or calendars. It builds what it believes, piece by piece, until the impossible feels like home. Mistakes don't define a person. They're just echoes of a self still learning its tune. A successful self doesn't erase them. It plays them into the song, turning sour notes into harmony. Wisdom isn't in avoiding stumbles, it's in knowing they're part of the dance. Each slip teaches balance, each fall shows strength. The mind keeps score not to punish, but to guide, like a compass pointing toward a truer north. Trust in that compass grows with every step until the path feels less like a fight and more like a flow. Doubt is a heavy coat worn too long out of habit. Shedding it doesn't take muscle, just the choice to feel the air instead. A successful self walks light, not weighed down by what others think or what once went wrong. Opinions are just noise, fading when the focus turns inward. What matters is the quiet voice that says, "This is enough. This is good." That voice isn't loud, but it's steady, and it knows the way when the world gets foggy. Listening to it isn't work, it's rest. A letting go that lifts everything higher. Time bends in the mind. A single thought can stretch into forever, building worlds while the stars turn. Success isn't a race to some far-off finish line. It's a state, a way of being that settles in like an old friend. It's there in the ease of a decision made without second guessing, in the calm of a challenge met with a smile. The subconscious doesn't rush. It carves slowly, deeply, turning dreams into roots that hold firm. What's planted there doesn't need to be forced. It grows because it belongs. Limits are just lines drawn in sand, washed away by the next wave. A successful self sees no walls, only horizons. The mind is a sea, vast and free, and its tides carry whatever they're given. Fill it with small thoughts, and it stays shallow. Pour in big ones, and it deepens, stretching beyond what eyes can measure. Possibility isn't a rare thing. It's the air the mind breathes when it's allowed to expand. And that expansion happens without strain, like a sky opening after rain. Strength isn't loud. It's the root that cracks stone, the river that carves valleys, the seed that breaks soil. A successful self carries this strength not to fight, but to build. It knows that every piece fits, even the jagged ones, because the picture isn't about perfection, it's about wholeness. The mind doesn't need to chase that wholeness. It's already there, waiting to be seen, waiting to be claimed. Trust in that waiting turns into knowing, and knowing turns into being. Habits shape the days, but the mind shapes the habits. A successful self doesn't wrestle with old patterns. It plants new ones, letting them grow until the old ones fade like shadows at noon. Change isn't a battle, it's a shift, a turn toward something brighter. The subconscious loves patterns, and it builds them from what it's fed. Offer it courage, and courage takes root. Give it peace, and peace spreads wide. It's a gentle thing, this shaping, like water smoothing a stone over years. Joy isn't a prize for the fast or the loud. It's a flame that burns steady in a successful self. It doesn't flicker with every wind because its fuel comes from within. The mind can hold that flame, tending it with thoughts that lift instead of pull. Happiness isn't out there, beyond some hill, it's here, in the quiet space where doubt falls away and truth settles in. A successful self knows this, not with words, but with a calm that runs deeper than words can reach. Patience is a riverbed, guiding the flow without pushing it. A successful self doesn't claw at the future, it lets it come, knowing the seeds are already sown. The mind works best when it's free, unhurried, building brick by brick until the walls rise strong. Rushing breaks things, resting mends them. And in that rest, the subconscious weaves its threads, tying yesterday to tomorrow with a strength that holds. Kindness isn't weakness, it's power turned soft, a gift that builds more than it takes. A successful self carries this power, not to prove anything, but because it fits. The mind thrives on it, growing lighter with every gentle thought. Harshness cuts, kindness heals. And in that healing, the self finds a shape that feels right, a shape that lasts. It's not about being loud or seen, it's about being true, and that truth echoes far. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the choice to move anyway, a step taken when the ground feels shaky. A successful self knows this dance, not because it's fearless, but because it trusts the rhythm. The mind can hold that trust, letting it grow until the shaking fades. Every brave choice builds a bridge, and every bridge leads somewhere new. The subconscious loves those bridges. It crosses them in silence, bringing back treasures too deep for words. Rest isn't empty, it's full, a space where the mind sorts and builds. A successful self leans into that fullness, letting the pieces fall into place. The subconscious doesn't sleep, it works, threading thoughts into patterns that shine come morning. What's given to it at night becomes the ground walked on by day. Feed it well, and the path grows smooth. Starve it, and the stones stay sharp. It's a quiet trade, this giving, and it pays in ways the busy world can't see. Love is a root that holds when storms come. A successful self grows from this root, not chasing it, but resting in it. The mind can cradle love like a flame, letting it warm every corner. It's not loud or showy, but steady, a strength that doesn't bend. And from that strength, everything else flows: courage, peace, joy, all tied to a quiet knowing that what matters most is already here. The subconscious drinks this deep, turning it into a well that never runs dry. Freedom isn't a prize, it's a state, a lightness that comes when chains fall away. A successful self lives in this state, not because the world gave it, but because the mind claimed it. Limits dissolve when they're ignored, and the mind is good at ignoring what doesn't fit. It builds what it sees, and what it sees grows real. Freedom isn't loud, it's a sigh, a release, a step into something wide and open. And in that openness, everything shifts. Purpose isn't a riddle to solve, it's a thread to follow, a pull that feels right. A successful self moves with this pull, not fighting it, not questioning it, just letting it lead. The mind loves a thread. It weaves it into something bigger, something whole. And that wholeness isn't forced, it's found, piece by piece, in the quiet spaces where truth lives. Purpose doesn't shout, it hums, and the successful self hums along. Balance isn't standing still, it's flowing, bending, adjusting without breaking. A successful self knows this flow, not rigid, not fragile, but alive. The mind can hold this balance, letting it settle like water finding its level. Too much one way, and things tip; too little, and they stall. But in the middle, there's peace, a steadiness that carries through. The subconscious loves this peace. It builds on it, brick by brick, until the foundation holds strong. Clarity isn't a lightning bolt, it's a dawn, slow and sure, lighting the way. A successful self walks in this light, not blinded by noise, not lost in fog, but clear. The mind craves this clarity, sorting through the mess until the pieces fit. It's not rushed or loud, just calm, a knowing that cuts through. And in that knowing, decisions ease, steps firm, and the path glows soft and true. Growth isn't a race, it's an unfolding, a stretching toward something higher. A successful self lives in this stretch, not straining, not pushing, just rising. The mind loves to grow, it's built for it, hungry for it, ready to climb when given the chance. And that chance comes in the quiet, in the spaces where old limits fade and new ones form, wider, freer, stronger. The subconscious waters this growth, slow and deep, until it stands tall. Truth isn't a hammer, it's a light, soft, but steady, showing what's real. A successful self rests in this light, not chasing shadows, not hiding from it, just being. The mind can hold truth like a friend, letting it guide without force. Lies tangle, truth unties. And in that untying, there's freedom, a lightness that lifts everything higher. The subconscious knows this. It sifts through the noise, keeping what shines. Hope isn't a wish, it's a fire, small but fierce, burning through the dark. A successful self carries this fire not to fight, but to see. The mind feeds it, not with big words or loud plans, but with quiet trust. Hope doesn't fade when the wind blows, it digs deeper, glowing steady. And in that glow, the path stays lit, the steps stay sure, and the heart stays warm. Peace isn't silence, it's fullness, a calm that holds even when the world spins. A successful self knows this calm, not as an escape, but as a root. The mind can rest here, letting the waves settle, letting the noise fade. It's not forced or fragile, just there, a strength that doesn't shout. The subconscious builds on this, weaving it into every thought, every dream, until it's the air that's breathed. Faith isn't blind, it's a knowing, a trust that sees beyond the fog. A successful self leans on this knowing, not shaken by storms, not lost in doubt, but steady. The mind loves faith, it grows with it, stretching toward what's true. And in that stretch, there's power, a quiet force that moves mountains slow and sure. The subconscious cradles this faith, turning it into a compass that never fails. Resilience isn't armor, it's a spring, bending, but not breaking, rising every time. A successful self flows with this spring, not stiff, not brittle, but alive. The mind can bend too, it's made to, built to weather the falls and climb again. Each bounce back builds strength. Each rise builds trust. The subconscious loves this dance. It learns the steps, making them smoother every time. Grace isn't loud, it's a softness, a strength that doesn't need to prove itself. A successful self carries this grace, not to impress, but to be. The mind can hold it, letting it smooth the edges, letting it lift the weight. It's not earned or forced, just there, a gift that flows free. The subconscious drinks this deep, turning it into a river that runs clear and strong. Belief is a quiet seed, small but mighty, sinking deep into the soil of the mind. A successful self grows from this seed, not by shouting it into being, but by letting it take root. The subconscious loves a seed like that. It doesn't need noise or hurry to make it sprout. It just needs trust, a steady drip of faith that says, this can be. Books like Psycho-Cybernetics point to this truth. What's held in the mind's eye shapes what steps out into the light. That belief isn't a fight, it's a letting go, a release that builds something solid beneath the surface. Ease is a river that runs smooth, not because the rocks are gone, but because the water knows its way around them. A successful self moves with this ease, not tangled in knots of worry, not stuck in old ruts, but free. The mind can learn this flow, it's built for it, ready to glide when the weight lifts. Doubt makes things heavy, trust makes them light. And in that lightness, the subconscious weaves a thread, pulling the best self closer, stitch by by gentle stitch. Worth isn't a crown to chase. It's a root already planted, waiting to be felt. A successful self stands tall in this worth, not begging for it, not proving it, just knowing it's there. The mind can rest in that knowing. It doesn't need to run or shout to claim it. It's a quiet thing, this worth, but it holds everything up, like the deep earth under a tree. The subconscious sees it clear, polishing it like a stone until it shines through every choice. Focus isn't a grip, it's a lens, soft but sharp, bringing what matters into view. A successful self looks through this lens, not scattered by noise, not blurred by fear, but steady. The mind loves a lens, it sorts the mess, sifting gold from dust. And what it sees grows real, not because it's forced, but because it's chosen. The subconscious takes that choice and runs with it, building a bridge to a self that feels right, step by unseen step. Calm is a lake, still but alive, reflecting what's true without ripples. A successful self rests in this calm, not running from storms, not chasing peace, but carrying it inside. The mind can hold that stillness. It's made to, hungry for it when the world gets loud. And in that quiet, the subconscious works its magic, smoothing edges, clearing paths, turning a flicker of success into a flame that holds steady. Choice isn't a burden, it's a wing, lifting what's heavy into something free. A successful self flies with this wing, not trapped by old chains, not weighed by what's past, but rising. The mind thrives on choice, it's a builder, stacking one good decision on another until the tower stands tall. The subconscious loves that stacking. It adds the mortar, making it strong, making it last, all without a sound. Play isn't childish, it's power, a spark that lights the heavy dark. A successful self knows this spark, not grim, not stiff, but alive with it. The mind can play too. It's not just for work or worry, but for joy, for ease. And in that ease, the subconscious dances, weaving lightness into the bones of a better self, threading fun into the fabric until it fits just right. Truth is a compass, small but sure, pointing where the heart already wants to go. A successful self follows this compass, not lost in circles, not swayed by fog, but clear. The mind can read it, it's built to, ready to turn when the needle shifts. And the subconscious follows too, marking the trail, smoothing the way, building a self that walks steady and true. Depth isn't loud, it's a well, quiet but full, holding more than the surface shows. A successful self draws from this well, not shallow, not rushed, but rich. The mind loves depth, it digs for it, craving the weight of something real. And the subconscious fills that well, drop by drop, until it overflows into a life that feels whole, a life that holds firm. Glow isn't a spotlight, it's a dawn, soft, but growing, lighting what's ahead. A successful self carries this glow not to blind, not to boast, but to see. The mind can shine too, it's made for it, ready to brighten when the shadows fade. The subconscious feeds that light, fanning it slow and sure, until it touches every corner, until it feels like home. Flow isn't forced, it's a stream, bending where it needs, running where it can. A successful self lives in this stream, not stuck, not fighting, but moving. The mind can flow too. It's not meant for walls or dams, but for rivers, for tides. And the subconscious rides that tide, carrying the best self along, smoothing the stones, deepening the channel until it runs clear. Trust isn't a leap, it's a step, small but steady, taken without looking back. A successful self walks with this trust, not shaken by wind, not stopped by mud, but sure. The mind can hold it, it's a friend, a quiet hand that guides when the way gets dim. The subconscious builds on it, brick by brick, turning a maybe into a yes, a hope into a truth. Warmth isn't loud, it's a hearth, steady and soft, drawing the cold away. A successful self rests in this warmth, not chasing it, not faking it, but feeling it deep. The mind can cradle it, it's built to, hungry for the glow when the chill creeps in. And the subconscious stokes that fire, keeping it alive, letting it spread until it's the air that's breathed. Lift isn't a push, it's a rise, gentle but sure, climbing without strain. A successful self knows this rise, not clawing up, not falling back, but floating. The mind can lift too, it's not bound to the ground, but free when the weight drops. The subconscious loves that freedom, it adds the wind, light and steady, carrying the best self higher, step by quiet step. Softness isn't weak, it's a strength, bending where the hard things break. A successful self carries this softness, not brittle, not sharp, but whole. The mind can soften too. It's not just for edges or fights, but for ease, for grace. And the subconscious smooths it out, rounding the corners, weaving it into a self that holds without cracking. Roots aren't loud, they're deep, gripping the earth when the wind howls. A successful self grows from these roots, not swaying, not snapping, but standing. The mind can sink them, it's made to, ready to hold when the ground shakes. The subconscious waters them, slow and sure, until they stretch wide, until they anchor a life that lasts. Bloom isn't a rush, it's a slow unfurl, quiet, but bright, showing what's been growing. A successful self lives in this bloom, not forced, not fake, but real. The mind can open too. It's not just for holding tight, but for letting go, for shining. And the subconscious tends that bloom, feeding it light, letting it spread until it's a garden that feels like home. Steady isn't still, it's a hum, low but alive, carrying through the noise. A successful self knows this hum, not loud, not shaky, but there. The mind can tune to it, it's built for it, craving the rhythm when the chaos grows. The subconscious keeps it going, threading it through, building a self that stands firm, that moves true. Light isn't a flare, it's a glow, soft, but endless, cutting the dark without noise. A successful self walks in this glow, not blind, not lost, but clear. The mind can shine it, it's not just for shadows, but for dawn, for day. And the subconscious fuels it, steady and slow, until it's the lens that sees, the warmth that stays. The mind is a remarkable thing, a quiet force that shapes worlds within and beyond. It holds the secrets to who we are and who we might become. Like a vast ocean, It flows with possibilities, deep and endless, carrying currents of thought that guide the course of life. Within this ocean lies a picture, a reflection of oneself that colors every step, every choice, every moment. This picture is not fixed or rigid. It bends and shifts, molded by beliefs and dreams. There exists a version of the self that radiates success, confidence, and peace. This version is not a far-off wish or a fleeting hope. It is a seed, waiting to sprout in the gentle light of thought. As the body rests, the mind remains alive, weaving through dreams and shadows, planting roots in places unseen. It is in these quiet hours that change can unfold, soft and natural, like a river carving its path through stone. Success is not a single thing to grasp or a prize to chase. It is a state, a way of being that flows from within. It moves with grace, meeting life's twists and turns with a steady calm. Where others see walls, it finds doors. Where others see ends, it sees beginnings. This successful self knows that joy is found not just in reaching a place, but in the steps along the way. It is a traveler, content in motion, at peace with the rhythm of growth. This version of the self is no stranger. It lives within, a quiet presence that has always been there, perhaps unnoticed, yet ever ready to rise. By seeing it, by letting it breathe, it grows stronger, its light brighter. It is natural to feel its strength, to sense its certainty. The mind can paint pictures of triumph, where every effort blooms and every dream takes shape. These pictures are not forced, they simply are, like stars shining in a clear night sky. The mind is like a garden, vast and fertile. Thoughts are the seeds that settle into its soil, and what grows depends on what is planted. Seeds of doubt may sprout weeds, but seeds of hope, courage, and worth bloom into something beautiful. When the garden is tended with care, fed with kindness, watered with belief, the harvest is rich with possibility. A life rooted in positivity reflects the beauty of its inner world. Change in this garden is gentle. It does not demand force or rush. It happens as naturally as a flower opening to the sun, each petal unfurling to reveal something new. With each breath, the roots deepen. With each moment, the stems rise. The successful self thrives here, its branches reaching wide, offering shade and strength to all it touches. Beliefs are the windows through which life is seen. When they are clear and bright, the world glows with opportunity. Empowering beliefs lift the spirit, showing a path where every step feels sure and every goal feels near. The successful self looks through these windows, seeing abundance where others see lack, seeing lessons where others see failure. This way of seeing shapes what comes next, turning thought into truth. When the lens is one of trust, trust in oneself, trust in the flow of life, the view becomes boundless. Doubt may linger, a shadow on the glass, but it is only a teacher, pointing to places where light can shine brighter. Acknowledging it without bowing to it clears the way for clarity, for a vision that stretches far and wide. In the stillness of rest, the mind dances freely. It sifts through the day's dust, polishing what matters, and letting go of what does not. This is a time of creation, where the subconscious weaves threads of potential into patterns of reality. It is open, unguarded, ready to embrace what flows through it. The seeds planted in waking hours take root here, growing strong in the silence. The successful self flourishes in this space. It is natural for confidence to rise, for purpose to settle in, for fulfillment to feel close. The subconscious is a faithful friend, taking the gentle whispers of thought and turning them into a steady hum of progress. As the body lies still, the mind builds bridges to tomorrow, effortless and sure. Confidence is a quiet flame burning steady within. It is not loud or brash, but a calm knowing, a trust in one's own worth. It bends with mistakes, learns from them, and stands taller each time. Resilience is its companion, a strength that flexes but never breaks. It faces storms with courage, knowing that every gust carries a chance to grow. Creativity sparks like a river of light, finding ways where none seem to exist. It delights in the new, the untested, the bold. The successful self carries these qualities like treasures, not as burdens to bear, but as gifts to share. They flow together, weaving a tapestry of a life lived fully, richly, authentically. Gratitude is a soft wind that clears the air. It shifts the focus from what is missing to what is here, from uncertainty to trust. Recognizing the good that exists, however small, builds a foundation for more to come. The successful self knows this, feeling the warmth of every moment, every chance. It sees each experience as a thread in the fabric of growth, each one adding depth and color. This gratitude is not a task, but a state. It flows naturally when the heart is open, when the mind rests in appreciation. It paves a path where abundance thrives, where success feels less like a climb and more like a homecoming. Change is a constant melody, playing through every life. It is not to be feared, but welcomed, a partner in the dance of becoming. The successful self moves with it, light on its feet, adapting with ease. It sees every shift as a chance to refine, to expand, to step closer to its truth. This dance is not hurried, it flows at its own pace, graceful and free. In this flow, growth is inevitable. Like a tree stretching toward the sky, the successful self rises naturally, its roots deep, its branches wide. Each season brings something new, and each moment offers a chance to bloom. The ancients knew a simple truth: to understand oneself is to unlock endless potential. Know thyself, they said, and in that knowing lies the key to all that can be. The successful self embraces this wisdom, looking within to find its strength, its purpose, its light. It is a journey inward that leads outward, a circle of discovery that never ends. This wisdom is timeless, a river that runs through every age. It speaks of patience, of trust, of the power within. The successful self listens, drawing from this well of insight, letting it guide the way like a star in the night. With each breath, peace settles in. With each heartbeat, clarity grows. With each thought, the future shines. This rhythm is the pulse of the successful self, steady and sure. It is a song of balance, where effort meets ease, where ambition meets calm. Life flows through this rhythm, a harmony of being and becoming. In this flow, there is no strain. The successful self moves as water moves, smooth, powerful, unstoppable. It is natural to feel this ease, to know this strength, to live this truth. The mind aligns with it, the heart sings with it, and all things fall into place. The subconscious is a silent worker, always at play beneath the surface. It takes the thoughts that drift through the day and builds with them, shaping them into something real. When fed with hope, with belief, with possibility, it crafts a world that matches those gifts. It is tireless, faithful, turning whispers into echoes that resound through life. In the quiet of rest, this worker shines. Barriers fade, and the mind opens wide, letting new ideas settle in. The successful self is born here, in this hidden place, rising from the shadows to meet the light. It is a process as natural as breathing, as certain as dawn. Kindness to oneself is a cornerstone, a base on which all else stands. It is not weakness, but strength, a gentle hand that lifts when the spirit stumbles. The successful self knows this, treating its own heart with the care it would offer another. In this kindness, the path smooths, the burden lightens, and joy takes root. This compassion is a quiet force. It sees flaws not as failures, but as parts of the whole, pieces of a puzzle that fit just right. From this place, growth flows easily, a river fed by understanding and grace. The mind is a canvas, painting pictures that feel alive. These pictures of success, of triumph, of peace are not mere dreams, but sparks that light the way. They stir the spirit, drawing life toward them like a magnet. The successful self lives in these visions, not as a distant hope, but as a present truth, a reality taking shape. These images need no effort to form. They rise on their own, vivid and clear, coloring the world with their hues. When the mind holds them close, they become more than thoughts. They become the heartbeat of what can be. Doubts and fears are travelers too, walking the same road as hope. They are not foes, but guides, pointing to places where light can grow. The successful self meets them with a nod, not a fight, letting them pass without clinging. In their shadow lies a lesson, and in their leaving, a strength. This meeting is not a battle. It is a quiet acknowledgement, a step through the dark to the other side. Clarity comes from this, a sureness that carries the successful self forward, unshaken and whole. Success is a shared gift, a light that spreads beyond one's soul. When one rises, others feel the warmth, the glow touching all it meets. The successful self knows this, living not just for itself, but for the weave of life it touches. It is a thread in a greater cloth, strong and bright, lifting the whole. This ripple is not forced, it flows outward, natural as breath. A kind word, a steady hand, a moment of courage all add to the tide. The successful self is part of this current, giving and receiving in a dance of connection. What is left behind matters. The successful self thinks of this not of fleeting gains, but of echoes that linger. It seeks to inspire, to build, to leave a mark that speaks of purpose. This legacy is not loud or grand. It is simple, true, a quiet gift to the world. In living fully, this mark is made. Each choice, each step, each breath adds to it, crafting something that time cannot erase. The successful self knows this, finding meaning in the small as much as the vast. Habits are the bricks of life, laid one by one. When they align with worth, with growth, with care, they build something solid, something lasting. The successful self rests on this foundation, its strength growing with each quiet act. Momentum comes from this, a force that carries forward without strain. These bricks need no fanfare. They stack in silence, shaping a life that stands tall. Whether in learning, in kindness, in care, they form the successful self, steady and sure. Surroundings matter. Light draws light, and the successful self finds itself in places that lift, that spark, that grow. It is natural to lean toward what inspires, what strengthens, what calls the spirit higher. In this space, the air is clear, the path bright. This pull is not a choice, but a flow. Positivity feeds the soul, and the successful self thrives in its glow, rising with each breath it takes. Words are seeds too, planting life or shadow. When they are gentle, true, and kind, they build a world of hope. The successful self speaks this way to itself, to others, crafting a reality where growth is king. Words of worth sow fields of possibility. This power is soft, yet deep. A single phrase can shift the tide, turning thought into action, dream into truth. When words align with light, they shape a life that shines. Time is a river, flowing steady and free. The successful self rides its current, using it with care, balancing its gifts. Every moment holds a chance, a seed of what might be. This self knows time's worth, honoring it without rush. In this river, the present meets the future. Each second is a brushstroke, painting a life of purpose. The successful self flows with it, calm and sure, letting time unfold its story. Intuition is a quiet voice, a nudge from within. It points the way when paths split, offering wisdom beyond reason. The successful self hears it, trusts it, follows its call. This voice is a guide, steady and true. When it speaks, clarity follows. Choices align with the deep self, the one that knows its way. In this trust, the successful self moves forward, certain and free. Growth is a river that never stops. The successful self swims in it, eager for more wisdom, more skill, more truth. It sees every challenge as a chance, every day as a lesson. This hunger is not strain, but delight. In staying open, the mind expands. Curiosity lights the way, and the successful self follows, finding riches in every step. Growth is its nature, its joy, its home. Success is a dance of drive and calm. Ambition pushes forward, dreaming big, while peace holds the now, savoring it. The successful self knows both, blending them into a life that moves and rests. This balance is its strength. In this dance, there is no rush. The journey matters as much as the goal, and the successful self feels this deeply, living each moment with heart. To accept oneself is to stand firm. Strengths and shadows, highs and lows, all are parts of the whole. The successful self embraces this, building on it, growing from it. In this acceptance lies power, a root that holds fast. This wholeness is not a goal, but a truth. When all is seen and welcomed, the self shines brighter, its light touching every corner. From here, all things are possible. A tree stands tall, its roots deep, its branches wide. It does not strive or strain, yet it thrives, giving shade and strength. The successful self is like this, simple, steady, true. It grows where it stands, its presence a gift. In its quiet way, it shows success. Not in noise or rush, but in being, in rooting down and reaching up. This is its nature, its legacy, its light. A river flows to the sea, smooth and sure. It does not fight its course, but shapes it, carving beauty over time. The successful self moves this way, persistent yet soft, finding its way through every turn. In this flow, it finds its power. This path is not forced. It bends with the land, adapts to the stone, and reaches its end with grace. The successful self knows this, living in the current, trusting its flow. Connections are the threads of life, woven with care. When they are true, they hold strong, lifting all they touch. The successful self lives in this weave, giving love, finding joy. Wealth is here, in the ties that bind. These bonds need no work, they bloom where trust and kindness grow. The successful self is part of this, its heart open, its spirit rich. Purpose turns task to treasure. When work aligns with passion, it sings, each moment a note in a joyful tune. The successful self knows this, finding light in every effort, strength in every challenge. This alignment is not sought, it comes. When the heart and hands move as one, work becomes more, a dance of delight. The successful self thrives here, its fire bright. Health is a quiet wealth, a base for all else. When the body is honored, the mind follows, clear and strong. The successful self feels this, its energy high, its rest deep. Life flows better through this care. This gift is simple. Nourishment, movement, peace, they build a vessel that carries far. The successful self rests in this, its foundation sure. Setbacks are not ends, but turns. They point the way, showing where to shift, where to grow. The successful self sees this, learning from each stumble, rising with each fall. Failure is a friend, not a foe. In this light, nothing is lost. Every misstep is a lesson, every pause a chance. The successful self moves through this, its wisdom deeper, its step surer. Abundance is a belief, a way of seeing. When the world is full, it gives freely, and the successful self knows this. It lives in plenty, not in want, its doors open wide. This mind draws more. Expecting good, it finds it, trusting life, it grows. The successful self stands in this flow, its cup full, its heart light. To give is to gain, a circle unbroken. The successful self knows this, sharing its light, lifting others. In this act, it rises too, its joy doubled, its purpose clear. This giving is not a chore. It flows from the heart, a wave that spreads and returns. The successful self rides this wave, its life richer for it. Being here, fully here, sharpens all else. The successful self knows this, tasting each moment, letting it guide the next. Mindfulness is its tool, a lens that clears the way. In this presence, life deepens. The mind steadies, the heart opens, and the successful self shines. Its path bright, its step true. Wealth is more than gold, it is peace, it is freedom. The successful self sees this, using what it has to build to grow. Money is energy, a means, not an end. When it flows with wisdom, it serves. The successful self moves with this, its riches deep, its life full. True wealth is within, and it knows this well. Goals are stars in the sky, guiding the way. When they shine clear, the path forms, steady and true. The successful self follows this light, its steps sure, its aim high. This map needs no force. When the heart aligns, the road opens and progress comes, one step at a time. The successful self walks this way, its journey bright. Looking within shows the way. Reflection clears the fog, pointing to truth, to growth. The successful self rests in this, its course steady, its vision sharp. This mirror is kind. It shows what is, what can be, and the successful self listens, adjusting, rising, always moving toward its light. Who one is shapes what one does. Seeing oneself as strong, as worthy, builds a life that matches. The successful self knows this, its identity a root, its actions a bloom. This shape is fluid. When belief shifts, so does reality, and the successful self flows with this, its truth ever growing, its life ever true. Learning is a gift from any voice, any place. The successful self drinks this in, its mind wide, its heart open. Wisdom is everywhere, and it finds it. This openness is its strength. A word, a story, a glance, all add to its depth, and the successful self grows, its light brighter for it. Change is life's breath, and the successful self breathes it deep. It bends, it shifts, it rises anew. Every turn is a chance, and it takes it. This bend is not weak. It is power, it is grace, and the successful self moves with it, its sails full, its course clear. Passion is a flame that warms all it touches. When it burns, it lights the way, turning effort to joy. The successful self carries this fire, its life aglow. This flame needs no force. It rises where love lives, and the successful self knows this. Its days bright, its heart full. Integrity is a thread, straight and strong. When actions match the soul, peace follows, trust grows. The successful self lives this, its word true, its way clear. This line is its guide. In harmony, it stands tall, and the successful self rests here, its life whole, its light pure. Time is a gift, used well. The successful self feels this, its days balanced, its moments full. Each hour holds promise, and it knows this. In this hand, life flows. The present is rich, the future bright, and the successful self moves with it, calm and sure. Life is a journey filled with twists and turns, highs and lows. The successful self navigates this path with grace and resilience. When faced with challenges, it doesn't falter. Instead, it sees these moments as opportunities to learn and grow. Like a river that encounters a boulder, it doesn't stop. It simply finds a new way around. This ability to adapt and persevere is a hallmark of true success. Challenges are like the rough edges of a diamond. They shape and refine us into something brilliant. The successful self embraces these moments, knowing that each one is a chance to polish its character and strengthen its resolve. It understands that without these trials, there would be no growth, no progress, no transformation. And so, it moves forward, not with fear, but with quiet confidence, trusting that every obstacle is a stepping stone to something greater. With eyes wide open to possibility, the successful self looks at the world and sees not limits, but potential. It's as if every situation, every person, every moment holds a seed of opportunity waiting to be nurtured. This perspective transforms the ordinary into the extraordinary, turning dreams into achievable goals. Where others might see a dead end, it sees a detour, a chance to explore a new path. It knows that the world is full of hidden doors, and with the right mindset, those doors can be opened. This way of seeing is not forced. It comes naturally, like the sun rising each morning, bringing light to the darkest corners. The successful self lives in this light, its vision clear, its heart open to all that can be. This openness allows it to dream without boundaries, to imagine a reality where anything is possible, and to take steps toward making that reality come true. In its interactions with others, the successful self is a beacon of kindness and understanding. It recognizes that everyone is on their own unique journey, each with their own set of challenges and triumphs. By offering empathy and support, it builds bridges of connection that enrich both its own life and the lives of those around it. It's like a lighthouse, shining its light to guide others through the darkness, not because it seeks recognition, but because it knows that we are all part of the same human family. This compassion is not a weakness, it is a strength, a quiet power that lifts others up and creates a ripple effect of positivity. The successful self understands that true success is not measured by personal achievements alone, but by the impact it has on the world around it. It listens deeply, speaks gently, and acts with care, knowing that every interaction is an opportunity to sow seeds of goodness. At the core of the successful self is a deep, unwavering belief in its own worth and abilities. This isn't about arrogance or pride. It's a quiet confidence that comes from within. Like a tree with roots that run deep into the earth, this self stands tall, unshaken by the winds of doubt or criticism. This self-belief is the foundation upon which all achievements are built. It knows that every step it takes, no matter how small, is a step toward greatness. And when mistakes happen, as they inevitably do, the successful self doesn't crumble. Instead, it learns, it adjusts, and it keeps moving forward, knowing that failure is not the end, but a lesson in disguise. This inner strength is like a wellspring, always there, always flowing, providing the courage to face whatever comes its way. It trusts itself, not because it is perfect, but because it believes in its capacity to grow and overcome. Gratitude is another key trait of the successful self. It takes time to appreciate the good in life, no matter how small. Whether it's a kind word, a fleeting beauty, or a moment of stillness, these are savored like precious gems. This appreciation not only brings joy in the present, but also attracts more positivity into the future. Gratitude is like a magnet that draws more blessings into our lives. The successful self understands this and makes it a habit to notice the abundance around it, no matter the circumstances. This simple act shifts the focus from what is lacking to what is plentiful, creating a mindset of richness and possibility. It's not about ignoring the difficulties, but about choosing to see the light even in the midst of shadows. This perspective is a gift, one that the successful self holds close and nurtures every day, allowing it to live with a heart full of thankfulness. The power of imagination is a tool the successful self wields with skill. It visualizes its goals and dreams with vivid clarity, creating a mental blueprint for success. This isn't mere daydreaming. It's a purposeful act that primes the mind and spirit for action. By seeing the desired outcome in the mind's eye, the path to achieving it becomes clearer and more attainable. It's like an architect designing a house before the first brick is laid. The vision guides the process, ensuring that every step aligns with the ultimate goal. The successful self knows that the mind is a powerful creator, and by harnessing its ability to imagine, it can shape its reality in ways that others might deem impossible. This is not magic. It's the natural result of focused thought and belief. It dreams boldly, then acts with intention, bridging the gap between what is and what could be. Persistence is the engine that drives the successful self forward. It understands that setbacks are not failures, but stepping stones on the path to success. Like a marathon runner who keeps pushing forward, even when the finish line seems distant, this self doesn't give up. It knows that every step, no matter how small, brings it closer to its goals. There is a quiet determination within it, a resolve that doesn't waver in the face of adversity. It's not about being stubborn or refusing to change course when necessary. It's about staying committed to the journey, even when the road is rough. The successful self trusts that persistence, coupled with adaptability, will always lead to progress. It's like water wearing away stone, not through force, but through steady, unrelenting effort. This gentle tenacity turns possibilities into realities, one determined step at a time. A thirst for knowledge is a defining characteristic of the successful self. It approaches life with curiosity, always eager to learn and grow. Whether through stories, experiences, or the wisdom of others, it soaks up understanding like a sponge. This continuous learning not only expands its horizons, but also keeps it adaptable and ready for whatever comes its way. The successful self knows that the world is ever-changing, and to thrive, it must evolve too. It's not afraid to ask questions, to seek out new perspectives, or to challenge its own assumptions. This openness to learning is like a key that unlocks endless doors of opportunity. It understands that knowledge is not just power, it's the fuel that propels it toward its dreams. With every lesson, it becomes richer, wiser, and more capable of shaping a life of meaning. Balance is the art that the successful self masters. It knows how to weave together the many threads of life work, relationships, health, and joy, without letting any one strand overwhelm the others. Like a skilled conductor leading an orchestra, it ensures that each part plays in harmony, creating a symphony of a well-rounded existence. It's not about perfection or never losing rhythm. It's about recognizing when things are out of tune and making adjustments as needed. The successful self understands that life is not a sprint, but a long, winding dance. And to endure, it must pace itself, taking time to rest, to laugh, and to nurture its spirit. This balance is not a fixed point, but a fluid motion, one that it embraces with grace and flexibility, allowing it to live fully in each moment. Taking care of oneself is not a luxury, but a necessity for the successful self. It recognizes that to shine brightly, it needs time to rest and recharge. Whether through stillness, movement, or simply breathing deeply, these acts of self-care are like watering a plant, essential for growth and vitality. It's not selfish to honor one's own needs. It's an act of wisdom. The successful self knows that when it is whole and strong, it can give more, be more, and achieve more. It's like a cup that must be filled before it can overflow and nourish those around it. This understanding of self-care is a cornerstone of its success, a quiet promise it keeps to itself to remain steady and resilient through all of life's seasons. True success for the successful self includes lifting others up. It understands that its achievements are not just for personal gain, but for the betterment of those it touches. By sharing knowledge, offering kindness, or simply being a source of light, it creates a ripple effect of positivity that extends far beyond its own reach. It's like a tree that provides shade and fruit for all who come near. Its success is not hoarded, but given freely. The successful self knows that in giving, it receives, and that the true measure of its worth lies not in what it gathers, but in what it scatters. This spirit of generosity is woven into its essence, guiding its actions and shaping its legacy. It finds joy in the success of others, knowing that a rising tide lifts all boats. As the ancient wisdom says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The successful self lives this truth, understanding that every great achievement starts with a small, brave act. It doesn't wait for the stars to align. It takes that first step, trusting that the path will reveal itself as it goes. This willingness to begin, even when the way is unclear, is what sets it apart. It knows that action, however modest, is the spark that ignites change. And with each step, its confidence deepens, its vision sharpens, and its dreams draw nearer. The successful self is not daunted by the distance. It is inspired by the knowledge that it can move forward, one step at a time, until the journey unfolds into something extraordinary. In the words of timeless thought, the only way to do great work is to love what you do. The successful self embodies this principle, seeking out paths that ignite its passion and fill its days with joy. It knows that when the heart is engaged, success flows naturally. It's not about chasing fleeting rewards. It's about finding purpose and meaning in every task. This alignment of passion and effort is like a river finding its course. It moves effortlessly, carving its way with ease. The successful self understands that when it loves what it does, every moment becomes an opportunity to create something beautiful. This love is the fire that drives it to excellence, warming its spirit and lighting its way. The successful self also knows the importance of letting go. It understands that not everything can be held or controlled, and that sometimes the wisest choice is to release what no longer fits. Whether it's a faded dream, a heavy burden, or an old way of thinking, letting go is like shedding leaves in autumn, making way for new growth. It's not about defeat. It's about creating space for what truly matters. The successful self trusts that by releasing the past, it opens the door to the future. This act of surrender is not weakness, it's strength. It's like pruning a vine to encourage new blossoms. In this way, the successful self stays free, light, and ready for the endless possibilities that await. Patience is a gentle companion of the successful self. It knows that true success is a slow bloom, the result of steady effort over time. Like a gardener who plants seeds and waits for them to sprout, it understands that growth cannot be rushed. It doesn't force outcomes or grow restless. Instead, it trusts in the natural unfolding of life. This patience is not idle. It's alive with faith and persistence. It's like watching the stars emerge at dusk. You can't hasten them, but you know they'll shine when the time is right. The successful self rests in this certainty, allowing things to ripen in their own season, confident that its work will bear fruit when the moment is perfect. The successful self also finds power in silence. Amidst the noise of the world, it seeks strength in stillness, whether through quiet reflection or simply listening to its own breath. It uses these moments to touch its inner wisdom. It's like tuning into a melody that only it can hear, where clarity and peace flow freely. This silence is not hollow. It's rich with insight, full of calm. The successful self knows that in the quiet, it can hear the whispers of its soul, guiding it toward its true course. This practice of stillness is a refuge, a place where it can renew itself and realign with its deepest purpose, emerging stronger and more centered. Humility walks beside the successful self. It understands that no matter how far it climbs, there is always more to discover, more to become. It doesn't shout its victories or crave applause. Instead, it moves with a gentle assurance, knowing that its value lies beyond praise. This humility is like a stream that runs close to the earth, nourishing all it touches without seeking glory. The successful self knows that true greatness is not in standing above others, but in standing with them, in serving, and in recognizing our shared humanity. This understanding keeps it rooted, even as it stretches toward the sky, blending strength with grace. The successful self also cherishes authenticity. It knows that a life of fulfillment comes from being true to itself. It doesn't hide behind masks or bend to fit others' molds. Instead, it embraces its own shape, its own light. This authenticity is like a clear breeze, refreshing and free in a world that often demands sameness. It's not about defiance. It's about honoring its own truth. The successful self understands that when it lives genuinely, it invites others to do the same, creating a wave of courage and freedom. This truthfulness is its compass, guiding it through life with integrity and quiet power. Forgiveness is a gift the successful self gives itself. It knows that clinging to old wounds only anchors it to pain, like carrying stones on a long road. Instead, it chooses to let go, to lighten its load, and to walk forward unburdened. This forgiveness isn't about erasing the past. It's about releasing its hold on the present. It's like opening a door to let the air flow through. The successful self understands that forgiveness is an act of liberation, a way to reclaim its peace and strength. In this release, it finds freedom and the space to build a future unshackled by yesterday's shadows. The successful self also knows the value of boundaries. It understands that to protect its energy, it must sometimes draw a line. This isn't about closing off. It's about safeguarding what keeps it whole. It's like tending a garden, setting a gentle barrier to nurture what grows within. The successful self knows that by honoring its own limits, it can give more fully when it chooses to open its heart. This balance of giving and guarding is a skill it refines over time, ensuring that its light burns steady and bright, never flickering out from exhaustion. Creativity flows endlessly within the successful self. It knows that life is not just about following paths, but about forging new ones, about seeing beyond the obvious and dreaming up what could be. Whether through invention, expression, or simply a fresh way of thinking. It taps into its boundless imagination. This creativity is like a spring that never dries. It bubbles up with ideas and possibilities, refreshing every challenge it meets. The successful self understands that by embracing this creative spirit, it can transform the mundane into the marvelous, leaving its unique mark on the world. Simplicity is a treasure the successful self holds dear. In a world that often chases more, it finds richness in the uncomplicated, a quiet breath, a shared smile, a moment of clarity. It knows that true contentment comes not from excess, but from presence. This simplicity is like a still pond, reflecting beauty in its calm. The successful self understands that by letting go of clutter, it can focus on what truly matters, crafting a life deep in meaning rather than crowded with noise. This intentional way of being is a source of its peace, a foundation for its joy. The successful self also lives in the now. It knows that the past is a shadow and the future a whisper. The only moment that holds weight is this one. By dwelling fully in the present, it tastes life more richly, sees it more clearly. It's like drinking deeply from a stream rather than skimming its surface. The successful self understands that presence sharpens its connections, brightens its joys, and steadies its choices. This mindfulness is not a task, it's a delight, a way to weave richness into every thread of its days. Change is a friend to the successful self. It knows that life is a river, always flowing, and rather than fighting the current, it swims with it. Change isn't a threat, but a promise, like the turning of seasons, each shift bringing new gifts. It's like a leaf riding the wind, flexible and free. The successful self understands that by welcoming change, it can stretch, adapt, and become more than it ever imagined. This openness is its strength, allowing it to dance with life's uncertainties with poise and trust. In all things, the successful self seeks harmony. It knows that life thrives not in extremes, but in the gentle middle, where striving meets rest, where ambition meets peace. It's like a weaver blending threads into a balanced tapestry. The successful self understands that this harmony is not a fixed state, but a living rhythm, one that asks for care and attention. By tending to this balance, it builds a life that endures, that fulfills, that resonates with its truest notes. As it journeys on, the successful self leaves traces of light. Its presence, its choices, its kindness lift others, sparking belief and courage in those it meets. It's like a flame that kindles other flames, growing brighter in the sharing. The successful self knows that its deepest legacy lies not in what it claims, but in what it inspires. This awareness fills its days with purpose, its heart with meaning. And so, the successful self travels forward, ever growing, ever becoming. It knows that success is not a place to reach, but a way to live, a lens that colors every breath. With each moment, it steps deeper into its essence, its light glowing stronger, its possibilities stretching endlessly. This is the heart of the successful self, a quiet force, a boundless spirit, a timeless dance of potential and grace. The journey continues, weaving through countless moments, each one a chance to deepen, to shine, to share. The successful self moves with the flow of life, embracing its twists, trusting its turns. It knows that every experience, every encounter, every quiet pause adds to the richness of its being. Like a river carving its way through stone, it shapes its path with patience and power, leaving beauty in its wake. Its strength lies not in resisting life, but in flowing with it, finding wisdom in the currents and possibility in the bends. The successful self finds joy in the small as much as the grand. It knows that a single drop of kindness, a fleeting glimpse of truth, or a gentle touch of understanding can ripple outward, touching lives it may never see. This awareness keeps it attuned to the subtle wonders that others might overlook. It's like a bird soaring high, yet noticing the glint of dew on a blade of grass below. The successful self understands that life's richness lies in these details, these quiet threads that weave the fabric of existence. By honoring them, it builds a life that is both vast and intimate, both bold and tender. Connection is a lifeline for the successful self. It knows that no journey is traveled alone, that every soul it meets is a mirror, a teacher, a spark. It approaches each bond with openness, seeing the potential for growth in every exchange. It's like a vine that intertwines with others, growing stronger in the embrace. The successful self understands that these connections, whether fleeting or lifelong, shape its path, adding depth and color to its story. It gives freely to them, not out of duty, but out of a knowing that we are all woven together, threads in a greater tapestry. The successful self also trusts in timing. It knows that not every dream blooms at once, that some seeds need seasons to break through the soil. Like a star waiting for night to shine, it rests in the rhythm of life's unfolding. This trust is not blind. It's rooted in the wisdom that every delay, every pause, has its purpose. The successful self understands that patience paired with action is a potent force, one that allows it to move forward without forcing what isn't ready. This faith in timing keeps it steady, its gaze fixed on the horizon, its heart calm in the waiting. Playfulness is a spark within the successful self. It knows that life is not all toil, that laughter and lightness are as vital as effort and focus. It finds delight in the unexpected, in the quirks and surprises that pepper its days. It's like a child chasing the wind, free and unburdened. The successful self understands that this play keeps its spirit young, its mind open, its energy flowing. By weaving joy into its journey, it ensures that success is not just an achievement, but a feeling, a brightness that dances through its being. The successful self also honors its roots. It knows that where it began, its lessons, its struggles, its first steps shapes where it goes. Like a tree drawing strength from the earth, it pulls wisdom from its past, using it to grow taller. It doesn't dwell there, but it acknowledges the foundation that holds it steady. The successful self understands that every moment of its history is a building block, a piece of the mosaic that makes it whole. This gratitude for its origins keeps it grounded, even as it reaches for new heights. Doubt visits the successful self, as it does all, but it doesn't linger long. It knows that uncertainty is a shadow, not a wall. Like a cloud passing over the sun, it moves through, leaving light behind. The successful self understands that doubt is a signal, a call to reflect, to adjust, to reaffirm its path. It meets it not with fear, but with curiosity, asking what it can teach. This gentle handling of doubt turns it from a foe into a guide, a whisper that sharpens its focus and deepens its resolve. The successful self also knows the art of rest. It understands that stillness is not stagnation, but renewal, a chance to gather strength for what lies ahead. Like a field lying fallow to enrich the soil, it takes time to breathe, to be. This rest is not laziness. It's a deliberate act of care, a recognition that even the strongest river pauses in pools along its course. The successful self trusts that in these quiet spaces, it finds clarity, energy, and the seeds of new beginnings. This rhythm of effort and ease keeps it vibrant, ready for the next stretch of the journey. Wonder is a constant companion of the successful self. It knows that life is a mystery, a vast unfolding of questions and marvels. It approaches each day with awe, eager to see what it holds. It's like a stargazer tracing constellations, finding beauty in the unknown. The successful self understands that this wonder keeps its heart open, its mind alive, its spirit soaring. By embracing the vastness of what it doesn't yet grasp, it stays humble, curious, and ever ready to grow. The successful self also seeks unity. It knows that beneath differences of thought, of path, of being, there is a thread that binds all. It moves through life with this awareness, seeking the common ground that connects rather than the gaps that divide. It's like a melody that harmonizes with others, creating something greater than itself. The successful self understands that this unity is not sameness, but a celebration of shared essence, a strength that lifts all. This vision shapes its actions, its words, its dreams, weaving a life that honors the whole. And still, the successful self journeys on, its light a quiet glow that never fades. It knows that every step, every choice, every breath is a chance to become more, to deepen its wisdom, to widen its reach, to soften its heart. Like a flame that burns steady through the night, it shines not for itself alone, but for all who wander near. The successful self understands that its truest success is in this becoming, this endless unfolding into a fuller, brighter, more generous version of itself. This dance of life continues, a rhythm of growth and giving, of learning and lifting. The successful self moves through it with grace, its spirit unbound, its possibilities infinite. It knows that the journey is not about arriving, but about traveling well, about meeting each moment with courage, kindness, and an open heart. And in this knowing, it finds its peace, its power, its endless song. Life is a winding road, full of ups and downs, smooth stretches and rocky patches. The successful self walks this path with steady feet and an open heart, doesn't run from the hard times or chase only the easy ones. Instead, it meets each moment as it comes, like a traveler who trusts the journey, no matter where it leads. When the wind blows cold, it wraps itself in courage. When the sun shines warm, it soaks in the light. This calm way of moving through life isn't about being perfect. It's about being present, about knowing that every step, even the shaky ones, builds something stronger inside you. Challenges don't scare the successful self. They're like stones in a riverbed. Sometimes they trip you up, but they also shape the water's flow. It sees these tough moments as chances to stretch, to learn, to become more than it was before. Imagine a kite caught in a gusty wind. It doesn't snap or fall. It rises higher, finding its place in the sky. That's how the successful self handles trouble, not by fighting it, but by riding it, letting it lift instead of drag. Every stumble is a lesson, every bruise a badge, proving it can stand up again. This quiet strength turns rough days into growing days, showing that what bends you doesn't have to break you. The successful self looks at the world with wide, curious eyes. Where others see walls, it sees windows. Where others see ends, it sees beginnings. It's like a kid staring at the stars, wondering what's out there, not afraid of the dark, but excited by it. This way of seeing turns ordinary things into treasures. A rainy day becomes a chance to dream. A quiet moment becomes a spark of inspiration. It doesn't need everything spelled out. It trusts there's always more to discover. This openness keeps its mind alive, its spirit free, ready to find possibility in every corner, every crack, every whisper of what could be. When it meets others, the successful self doesn't just pass by, it stops, it listens, it cares. It knows everyone carries their own story, their own weight, their own light. Like a lantern glowing in the night, it offers warmth without asking for anything back. It builds bridges with kind words, gentle nods, a hand to hold when the road gets steep. This isn't about looking good or being loud. It's about being real, about knowing we're all in this together. The successful self finds joy in these ties, in the way a smile shared can brighten two faces at once. Empathy runs deep in its veins. It feels the hurt in others, not to carry it, but to understand it. It's like sitting by a friend on a tough day, not fixing everything, but just being there. This quiet support doesn't shout, it whispers, steady and true. It knows that lifting someone else doesn't pull it down, it raises everyone higher. The successful self sees the power in this. One small act of care can ripple out, touching lives it'll never even know. That's its gift, not to change the world in a flash, but to light it up, one heart at a time. At its core, the successful self holds a steady trust in itself. Not a loud, showy kind of trust, but a soft, deep one, like the roots of an old tree gripping the earth. It knows it's not flawless, nobody is, but it believes in its ability to grow, to try, to keep going. When doubt creeps in, it doesn't crumble. It sits with it, like you'd sit with a grumbly friend, hearing it out, but not letting it take over. This inner faith is its anchor, keeping it steady when the waves get rough. reminding it that every step forward counts, even the tiny ones. Mistakes don't break the successful self, they teach it. It doesn't hide from them or pretend they didn't happen. Instead, it picks them up, turns them over, sees what they're made of. Like a potter smoothing out a lump in the clay, it works with what's there, making something better from it. This isn't about never falling. It's about knowing how to get back up, how to use the fall to stand taller. The successful self understands that every slip is a chance to learn a new dance, a new way to move through life. Gratitude is a daily habit for the successful self. It doesn't wait for big wins or perfect days to say thanks. It finds something good in the little stuff, the way the morning feels quiet, the taste of a warm drink, the sound of laughter nearby. It's like collecting pebbles on a beach, each one small, but together making something solid and real. This habit doesn't just make it happy now, it opens the door for more good to come. The successful self knows that when you notice what's right, you start seeing more of it, like flowers popping up once you water the ground. Even on gray days, it digs for light. It's not about pretending everything's fine. It's about choosing to spot the silver lining, no matter how thin. Maybe it's a lesson learned, a kind stranger, or just the fact it made it through. This isn't blind cheer, it's a steady choice, a way to keep the heart soft and the mind clear. The successful self sees gratitude as a tool, like a lantern you carry through the dark, lighting up what's worth holding on to, even when shadows fall. Imagination is the successful self's playground. It dreams big, not just for fun, but to build something real. It pictures what it wants clear as day, bright as sun, seeing it in its mind before it ever shows up outside. It's like sketching a map before you start walking. You know where you're headed, even if the path twists. This isn't wishy-washy stuff, it's fuel. The successful self knows that what it sees in its head can guide its hands, its feet, its choices, turning fuzzy hopes into solid ground. These dreams don't stay locked up, they move it. It takes the pictures in its mind and steps toward them, one bit at a time. It's not afraid to start small, a single word, a quick try, a little shift. Like planting a seed, it knows the first sprout doesn't look like much, but it's the start of something huge. The successful self trusts this process, letting its imagination lead while its actions follow, building a bridge from what is to what could be. Persistence keeps the successful self going. It doesn't quit when things get hard or slow. It's like a runner who keeps jogging, even when the hill gets steep or the end feels far. It knows that big things take time, that every inch forward is still forward. This isn't about being stubborn. It's about being steady, about showing up again and again. The successful self understands that the trick isn't speed, it's sticking with it, trusting that the finish line will come if it just keeps moving. When the road gets bumpy, it doesn't turn back. It adjusts, maybe it slows down, maybe it tries a new angle, but it doesn't stop. It's like water finding its way around rocks. It doesn't bash through, it flows past. This gentle grit is its strength, letting it wear down walls not with force, but with time and quiet effort. The successful self knows that every try, even the ones that don't work out, adds up, piling into something solid, something lasting. The successful self loves to learn. It's always asking, always wondering, always reaching for more to know. It's like a sponge soaking up water, every story, every chat, every new thing it tries fills it up a little more. It doesn't care if it's a kid's question or an old book. If there's wisdom there, it's listening. This curiosity isn't just for fun, it keeps it sharp, ready to bend with whatever life throws its way. The successful self knows the world keeps changing, and it wants to change with it, not get stuck behind. It's not shy about being wrong either. If it misses the mark, it shrugs, learns, tries again. It's like a cook tweaking a recipe. Each taste tells it what to shift. This openness makes it grow, not just in what it knows, but in how it thinks, how it moves. The successful self sees every day as a classroom, every moment as a chance to pick up something new, something that makes it richer, wiser, stronger. Balance is the successful self's secret dance. It knows how to juggle life's pieces: work, rest, love, play, without dropping them all. It's not about doing everything at once. It's about knowing when to push and when to pause. Like a tightrope walker, it steps carefully, feeling the sway, keeping its footing. It doesn't let one thing take over. It pulls back, adjusts, keeps the rhythm smooth. The successful self understands that tipping too far one way leaves it wobbly. So it aims for the middle, where things feel steady. This balance isn't stiff or strict. It bends, it flows, it shifts as life does. Some days it leans into effort, some days into quiet. It's like a river finding its level, not too fast, not too still, just right. The successful self knows this dance takes practice, that it'll stumble now and then. But it keeps at it, trusting that a balanced life isn't about never falling. It's about finding harmony in the sway, living full without burning out. Taking care of itself isn't extra for the successful self, it's a must. It knows it can't pour from an empty cup, so it fills up with rest, with calm, with things that feel good. Maybe it's a slow walk, a deep breath, a moment to just sit and be. It's like watering a plant. You can't skip it and expect it to bloom. This isn't selfish, it's smart. The successful self sees that when it's strong and clear, it can do more, give more, be more for everyone around it. It listens to what it needs too. If it's tired, it rests. If it's restless, it moves. It's not about rules, it's about tuning in, like hearing a song only it can play. This care keeps it going, keeps its light bright. The successful self knows that looking after itself isn't a treat to earn, it's the ground it stands on, the root that holds it up through every storm, every shine. The successful self doesn't keep its wins to itself, it shares them. It knows that real success isn't just about climbing high, it's about pulling others up too. It gives what it can: time, kindness, a bit of hope, without counting the cost. It's like a tree dropping fruit for anyone hungry. It doesn't ask who's worthy, it just offers. This giving isn't loud or showy, it's natural, a part of who it is. The successful self finds its joy in this, in seeing someone else's day get a little lighter because of it. It believes in ripples, too. One good deed doesn't stop, it spreads, touching people far beyond what it can see. It's like tossing a pebble in a pond. The circles keep going, quiet but strong. The successful self knows its worth isn't in what it holds tight, but in what it lets go, what it sends out into the world. This generous heart keeps it connected, keeps it growing, keeps it real. Every big thing starts small, and the successful self gets that. It doesn't wait for the perfect time or the perfect plan. It starts where it stands. It's like taking the first step on a foggy trail. You can't see the end, but you trust it's there. This bravery isn't flashy, it's quiet. A little push inside that says, "Go on, try." The successful self knows that waiting for everything to line up means waiting forever. So it moves, even when it's unsure, even when it's scared. That first step leads to more. One try turns into 2, then 10, then a whole road walked. It's not about leaping huge gaps. It's about stringing little hops together until you look back and see how far you've come. The successful self trusts this slow build, this steady start. It's like lighting a spark that grows into a fire, one flick at a time. It warms up the dark, showing what's possible when you just begin. The successful self loves what it does. It finds the things that light it up inside and runs with them. It's not chasing money or applause. It's chasing that feeling, that buzz when you're doing what fits you. It's like a dog chasing a ball, all in, no holding back. This love makes hard work feel lighter, makes long days feel worth it. The successful self knows that when its heart's in it, the rest falls into place, like pieces clicking together on their own. This passion isn't just for big stuff, it's in the small too. Maybe it's the way it listens, the way it helps, the way it dreams. It brings that fire to everything, turning plain moments into bright ones. The successful self understands that loving what you do isn't a luxury. It's a key, unlocking doors to a life that feels full, that feels like yours. Sometimes the successful self lets things slip away, not because it's weak, but because it's wise. It knows that holding onto old stuff, hurt, habits, dreams that don't fit anymore weighs it down. It's like dropping a heavy bag you don't need. Suddenly, you can walk faster, breathe easier. This letting go isn't giving up. It's making room, clearing space for what's next. The successful self trusts that what's meant for it will stay, and what's not will fade. This release feels good, like shaking off dust after a long day. It doesn't cling to what's gone, it looks ahead, eyes on what's coming. It's not about forgetting, it's about forgiving, about freeing itself from chains it doesn't need. The successful self knows this freedom is power, a lightness that lets it rise, ready for new air, new chances, new days. Patience sits easy with the successful self. It knows good things don't rush, they grow slow, like a tree stretching up year by year. It doesn't stomp its feet or push the clock, it waits, steady and sure. It's like watching bread rise. You can't hurry it, but you know it'll be worth it. This calm trust keeps it grounded, keeps it from chasing quick fixes that fall apart. The successful self believes in the long game, in the beauty of things unfolding when they're ready. This patience isn't lazy, it's alive. It works while it waits, planting seeds, tending them, letting them sprout in their own time. It's not about doing nothing. It's about doing what's right when it's right. The successful self knows that rushing breaks more than it builds, so it moves with the seasons, with the quiet tick of life's own clock, certain that what's meant to come will find its way. The successful self finds gold in quiet. It doesn't need noise to feel alive. It listens to the stillness, to the soft hum inside. It's like sitting by a lake, watching the water settle, seeing everything clear up. In these moments, it hears itself, its hopes, its truth, its next step. This isn't empty silence, it's full, rich with answers that don't shout. The successful self knows that stepping away from the chatter sharpens its mind, steadies its heart. This quiet isn't hiding, it's resting, recharging. It's not afraid to be alone with itself, to sift through what matters. Like a bird perched still before it flies, it gathers strength in these pauses, readying for what's ahead. The successful self sees silence as a friend, a place to touch what's real, to line up its insides with its outsides, so it can move forward clear and strong. Humility walks with the successful self, keeping it real. It doesn't puff up or strut. It knows there's always more to learn, more to be. It's like a river staying low, flowing where it's needed most. It doesn't need to be the loudest or the tallest. It's happy being itself, doing its part. This isn't about shrinking. It's about growing without losing touch, without forgetting where it started. The successful self finds strength in this, in staying close to the ground even as it reaches up. It doesn't chase praise or dodge blame. It takes what comes, learns from it, moves on. It's like a farmer who doesn't boast about the harvest, just plants again, steady and sure. The successful self knows that real worth isn't in what others say, it's in what it does, quiet and true, day after day. This humble heart keeps it open, keeps it kind, keeps it climbing without tripping over itself. The successful self is real, no masks, no fakes. It knows that pretending to be someone else just muddies the water. It's like a clear stream, showing what's underneath, not hiding it. It lives its own way, not bending to fit what others want. This isn't loud rebellion, it's quiet truth, a choice to match its outside with its inside. The successful self understands that being real feels better, works better, lasts longer than any act. This honesty isn't just for itself, it lights the way for others. When it's true, it gives permission for everyone else to be too. It's like opening a window in a stuffy room, fresh air for all. The successful self knows that living its truth isn't always easy, but it's always right, guiding it like a star through the night, keeping it on its own path, its own shine. Forgiveness is a tool the successful self keeps close. It doesn't hold grudges. They're like rocks in its pockets, slowing it down. It lets go of old hurts, not to forget them, but to free itself from them. It's like unlocking a cage. The bird inside flies out, light and high. This isn't about saying everything's okay. It's about choosing peace over pain. The successful self knows that carrying anger only dims its own light, so it sets it down, steps away, breathes free. It forgives itself too. For the slips, the misses, the times it fell short. It doesn't beat itself up, it dusts off, learns, moves on. It's like wiping a smudge off a mirror, the reflection gets clearer. The successful self sees forgiveness as a gift, a way to keep its heart soft, its spirit strong, ready for whatever's next without the weight of yesterday dragging it back. The successful self knows where to draw lines. It's not about shutting people out, it's about keeping itself whole. It says no when it needs to, gentle but firm, like a gate that swings shut to guard a garden. This isn't cold, it's caring for itself and others. It knows that giving everything leaves nothing left, so it saves some energy, some peace, for its own roots. The successful self understands that boundaries aren't walls to hide behind, they're fences to grow within. These lines shift as it learns. Some days they're close, some days they stretch wide. It's like tuning a radio, finding the right signal takes tweaking. The successful self trusts itself to know when to open up and when to pull back, keeping its light steady, its balance true. This quiet strength lets it give without breaking, shine without fatting. Creativity bubbles up in the successful self like a spring. It doesn't just follow tracks, it makes new ones, seeing things sideways, upside down, fresh. It's like a kid with a box of colors, painting outside the lines, finding fun in the mess. This isn't just for art, it's for life, for solving, for dreaming. The successful self knows that a new idea, a different angle, can turn stuck into moving, dull into bright. It doesn't wait for permission to create. It tries, it plays, it builds with what's at hand. It's like cooking with whatever's in the kitchen. Sometimes it's a flop, sometimes it's magic. The successful self loves this dance, this chance to make something out of nothing, to leave its mark in small, surprising ways. This creative spark keeps it young, keeps it growing, keeps it alive with wonder. The successful self keeps it simple. It doesn't pile up more than it needs things, worries, noise. It's like clearing a table so you can see the wood. Everything feels lighter, cleaner. It finds richness in the plain stuff, a quiet night, a good talk, a deep breath. This isn't about missing out. It's about cutting through the clutter to what's real. The successful self knows that simple doesn't mean small. It means clear, focused, true. This simplicity calms it down. It doesn't chase every shiny thing or fret over what's missing. It's like sitting by a fire, warm with what's there, not cold for what's not. The successful self sees that peeling back the extra lets it live deeper, love harder, be more in each moment. This easy way keeps its head clear, its heart full, its days its own. The successful self lives right here, right now. It doesn't hang back in yesterday or jump ahead to tomorrow. It's in this minute, this breath. It's like tasting food. Instead of gulping it down, you get the full flavor. This isn't hard, it's natural, a choice to sink into what's real today. The successful self knows that the past is done and the future's a guess. Now is what it can touch, shape, feel. Being present sharpens everything. It hears better, sees clearer, connects truer. It's like waking up from a nap. Everything's crisp, alive. The successful self doesn't miss this. It leans in, soaking up the small joys, the quick truths, the quiet wins of now. This focus keeps it grounded, keeps it real, keeps it moving with life, not against it. Change doesn't rattle the successful self, it welcomes it. It knows life doesn't sit still, that every day shifts a little, like clouds sliding across the sky. It doesn't fight the new, it bends with it, flows with it. It's like a reed in the wind, swaying but not snapping. This flexibility isn't weak, it's smart, letting it roll with what comes, finding its footing in the shuffle. The successful self sees change as a chance, a door cracking open to something fresh. It doesn't cling to old ways just because they're old. If they don't fit, it lets them go, picks up new ones. It's like swapping boots that pinch for ones that feel good. You walk better. The successful self trusts this shift, this turn, knowing that every change carves its path a little deeper, a little wider, a little more its own. Harmony is the successful self's tune. It doesn't swing wild between high and low. It finds the sweet spot, the place where things hum together. It's like mixing colors till they blend just right, not too loud, not too dull. This isn't about flatness. It's about fullness, weaving work and rest, push and pull into something smooth. The successful self knows that living all out or all in leaves it ragged, so it aims for the middle, where it can breathe. This harmony takes care. It listens to itself, tweaks when it's off, like tuning a guitar string. It's not perfect, it wobbles sometimes, but it keeps trying, keeps feeling for the rhythm. The successful self understands that this balance lets it last, lets it shine steady, lets it live a life that feels whole, not torn. The successful self leaves a mark, not in stone, but in hearts. It knows its steps echo, its kindness sticks, its light spreads. It's like a candle lighting others before it flickers out. The glow keeps going. It doesn't chase fame or fuss over being remembered. It just lives true, trusting that what it gives stays behind. The successful self finds purpose in this, in knowing it's part of something bigger, something that ripples on. This legacy isn't planned, it's built, day by day, in small choices, quiet acts. It's like planting trees you won't sit under, someone else will, and that's enough. The successful self sees its worth in this, not in what it grabs, but in what it leaves, a trail of good that winds through time, touching lives it'll never meet. Joy isn't a stranger to the successful self, it's a friend. It doesn't save fun for later or wait for big reasons to laugh. It finds it now, in silly stuff, in light stuff, in the way life surprises. It's like a kid splashing in puddles, messy, free, happy. This play keeps it loose, keeps it breathing, keeps it from getting too stiff or serious. The successful self knows that joy isn't extra, it's fuel, lifting it over the rough spots, brightening the plain ones. It doesn't overthink this happiness. It lets it in, lets it dance, lets it lift. It's like catching a tune you can't help, but hum simple, sweet, yours. The successful self weaves this lightness in, knowing it's not just nice, it's needed, a thread that keeps the whole cloth strong, keeps the days worth waking for. The successful self leans on timing. It knows not everything blooms at once, that some things need nights, need winters, need a slow simmer. It's like waiting for stars to peek out. You can't rush them, but they show up. This trust isn't blind, it's wise, seeing that every wait has a reason, every delay a gift. The successful self doesn't force what's not ready, it works, it watches, it lets life unfold. This faith keeps it calm. It doesn't fret when things lag, it digs in, does its part, lets the rest come when it will. It's like fishing, you cast the line, you sit. You know the tug will hit eventually. The successful self lives in this rhythm, moving with time, not against it, sure that what's meant to be will find its season. The successful self loves a good mystery. It doesn't need all the answers, it's fine with questions, with blanks, with what's next. It's like walking into a fog, excited for what might step out. This wonder isn't shaky, it's bold, pushing it forward, keeping it awake. The successful self knows that not knowing isn't a hole, it's a space, wide and wild, where anything can grow. It doesn't clutch at control. It lets go, lets life surprise, lets the unknown teach. It's like reading a book with no last page. You keep turning, eager for more. The successful self thrives in this, finding strength in the stretch, joy in the guess, power in the vastness of what it hasn't figured out yet. Rest isn't a chore for the successful self, it's a reset. It knows that stopping isn't falling behind, it's gearing up. It's like a field left empty for a season, coming back richer. This pause isn't lazy, it's alive, letting it heal, think, recharge. The successful self takes it when it needs it, not waiting till it's run dry, knowing a full tank runs longer. This rest can be quick, a breath, a stretch, or long, a night, a day. It's like hitting pause on a song to hear it better when it plays again. The successful self trusts this break, this beat, seeing it as part of the flow, not a stop. In rest, it finds its edge, its calm, its next burst of go. The successful self sees the thread that ties us all. It knows that under the noise, the fights, the differences, we're linked, same hopes, same bones, same dust. It's like a choir singing different notes that still fit. This isn't mushy, it's real, guiding how it moves, how it talks, how it cares. The successful self builds on this, reaching out, not pulling back, finding strength in the weave. It doesn't judge quick or split apart. It looks for the sameness, the overlap, the shared spark. It's like a puzzle piece clicking in, alone it's small, together it's big. The successful self knows this unity isn't weak, it's tough, a root that holds it steady, a truth that keeps it kind. And so the successful self keeps on. It doesn't land and stay. It moves, it grows, it shifts. It's like a river that never sits still, always cutting new paths, always finding new bends. It knows success isn't a spot to plant a flag, it's a way to be, a lens to see through, a beat to live by. With every day, it digs deeper, reaches wider, glows brighter, not chasing an end, but but loving the ride. This journey isn't straight or short, it twists, it stretches, it loops. It's like a story with no last page, each chapter richer than the one before. The successful self walks it with grace, with grit, with heart, knowing every step is a chance to be more, to soften, to strengthen, to shine. This is its dance, its song, its endless spin into what it can be. A quiet proof that living well is growing well. Time isn't a foe to the successful self, it's a friend. It doesn't race the clock or dread its tick. It's like floating on a stream, letting it carry, not fighting the pull. Each moment gets its due, no rush, no drag, just a steady soak in what's here. The successful self knows time doesn't steal, it gives, piling up chances to feel, to do, to become. It doesn't clutch at hours or mourn what's gone. It lets them roll, like waves on a shore, each one new, each one enough. It's not about counting down, it's about living up, filling the now with what matters. The successful self rides this flow, calm and sure, finding peace in the steady march, joy in the slow unfurl of days. Falling doesn't faze the successful self, it fuels it. It knows a trip isn't the end, it's a turn. It's like a kid learning to ride, wobbling, tipping, then pedaling again. Each spill shows it something, where to lean, how to balance, when to push. This isn't failure, it's fire, lighting the way to better. The successful self picks itself up, not with shame, but with sense, ready to roll smarter, tougher, truer. It doesn't hide the scuffs. They're proof it tried, proof it lived. It's like a book with bent pages, used, loved, real. The successful self knows that falling builds muscle, builds mind, builds a story worth telling. This bounce back is its beat, its badge, its bridge from down to up. Nature talks to the successful self, and it listens close. It sees itself in the slow climb of a vine, the patient wait of a bud, the wide reach of a sky. It's like a mirror, showing it how to grow, how to rest, how to stand through storms. This isn't fancy, it's plain, a quiet nod to the world it's part of. The successful self takes these hints, letting them steady its step, soften its rush. It doesn't push against the seasons. It flows with them, like a leaf riding fall's wind or a root sinking deep in winter. It's not about copying, it's about learning, pulling strength from the dirt, the air, the rain. The successful self knows nature's got wisdom older than words, and it leans in, finding its own rhythm in the earth's long song. The successful self finds wonder in the usual. It doesn't need fireworks. Quiet stuff lights it up. A bird's chirp, a friend's laugh, a cool breeze. It's like spotting coins on the ground, small but shiny, adding up. This isn't chasing big, it's loving little, seeing the glow in what's already here. The successful self knows that life's best bits hide in plain sight, waiting for eyes that look close. It doesn't skim past these bits. It stops, tastes them, holds them a second longer. It's like sipping tea slow instead of gulping, richer that way. The successful self weaves this habit in, keeping its days bright, its heart full, not with loud winds, but but with soft ones, the kind that stick. Peace isn't a prize for the successful self, it's a root. It doesn't hunt it outside, it grows it inside, slow and sure. It's like a still pond, smooth even when wind brushes by. This calm isn't shaky, it's solid, built from breaths, from choices, from letting go of what doesn't fit. The successful self knows this peace holds it up, keeps it clear, keeps it moving without breaking. It guards this quiet, not letting noise steal it. It's like shutting a door on a storm. Inside stays warm, steady. This isn't hiding, it's holding, keeping a space where it can think, feel, be. The successful self sees peace as its base, its strength, its truest win, a glow that doesn't flicker, no matter what. The successful self doesn't shrink from what's unclear, it steps in. It's like walking a trail with no map, thrilled by the turns. It doesn't need every dot connected. It trusts the blanks will fill as it goes. This isn't reckless, it's alive, a hunger for what's around the bend. The successful self knows the unknown isn't empty, it's full, packed with chances to find, to grow, to surprise itself. It doesn't freeze at shadows. It moves through, eyes up, heart open. It's like a sailor on a dark sea, steering by stars, sure the shore out there. The successful self loves this edge, this stretch into what's not yet known, finding power in the leap, peace in the guess. The successful self gives without strings. It doesn't keep score or wait for thanks, it shares because it can, because it feels right. It's like a cloud dropping rain. It doesn't pick who gets wet, it just falls. This isn't loud giving, it's steady, a handout, a word offered, a light passed on. The successful self knows its shine gets brighter when it splits, when it sparks someone else. It sees itself in others' wins. One lift lifts all, like boats rising on a tide. It's not about losing, it's about gaining, growing bigger through what it gives away. The successful self lives this loop, this flow, finding its best self in the lift, its truest joy in the share. Gratitude never runs out for the successful self. It's not a once-a-day thing. It's every minute, every look. It thanks the air, the chance, the mess, the mend. It's like a kid with a handful of berries, happy for each one. This isn't forced, it's free, a lens that paints everything brighter. The successful self knows this thanks doesn't just see good, it pulls more in, like a call that echoes back. It doesn't skip the hard stuff. It finds a thread of good even there, a lesson, a push, a shift. It's like panning for gold in a muddy stream. There's always a glint. The successful self keeps this up, this steady hum of thanks, weaving it into its bones, its breath, its beat. The successful self trusts its gut. It hears that soft voice inside, the one that nudges when words don't. It's like a compass in fog, pointing true when the map's gone. This isn't loud, it's quiet, a knowing that sits deep. The successful self leans on it, not doubting, not drowning it out, letting it guide when the outside gets fuzzy. It doesn't overthink this nudge. It feels it, follows it, finds it right more often than not. It's like a bird knowing which way to fly, No fuss, just flow. The successful self knows this inner whisper is gold, a line to its core, a steer through the wild, keeping it steady, keeping it its own. Letting go is a habit for the successful self. It drops what doesn't fit, old fights, old fears, old fits, like leaves falling off in fall. It's not loss, it's lift, making room for new air, new roots. This isn't weak, it's wise, a choice to travel light. The successful self knows that gripping tight chokes the flow, so it opens its hands, lets the wind take what's done. This release refreshes. It's like a deep breath after holding it too long. Everything eases. It doesn't dwell on what's gone. It looks at what's here, what's coming. The successful self sees this as strength, a way to stay free, to keep moving, to greet the next thing with clean hands and a clear heart. Balance isn't a trick for the successful self, it's a life. It doesn't swing wild or sit still. It finds the line where push meets pull. It's like a scale settling, even, not tipped, not stuck. This isn't dull, it's deep, letting it work hard, rest soft, love full, all without cracking. The successful self knows that too much one way burns it out, so it sways gentle, keeping its fire alive. It tweaks this daily. Some days it's more give, some more take. It feels the tilt, rights it. It's like rowing a boat. You adjust, you glide. The successful self lives this flow, this art, building a life that holds steady, that bends but doesn't break, that sings in tune. The successful self is its own story, its own song. It knows it's not done, not a statue set, but a wave rolling, a tree stretching. It's like a tune that keeps adding notes, richer with each play. This isn't about finish lines, it's about the hum, the climb, the glow of becoming. The successful self steps into each day, each breath, knowing it's crafting something big, something true, something endless. This tale spins on, a weave of grit and grace, of fall and rise. It doesn't rush the end or skip the middle, it lives it all, full and fierce. It's like a painter with no canvas edge, brushing color wherever it goes. The successful self knows its power. In this endless dance, this quiet fire, this boundless chance to be, to grow, to shine. The successful self tends its own ground. It knows it's got seeds inside, hopes, strengths, quirks, and it waters them, not waiting for someone else to. It's like a gardener with a patch of dirt, digging, planting, watching what comes up. This isn't work, it's love, a slow care that builds something green, something alive. The successful self sees every thought as a root, every try as a leaf, growing its own bloom, its own way. It doesn't rush this growth. Some sprouts take time, some need shade, some need storm. It's like waiting for a flower to open. You don't pull the petals, you let them unfurl. The successful self trusts this pace, this care, knowing its garden's beauty lies in the tending, in the quiet build of something only it can grow. Life's a blank page, and the successful self paints it. It doesn't wait for the right brush or the perfect light. It grabs what's there, makes a mark. It's like a kid with crayons, fearless, free, finding shapes in the scribbles. This isn't about masterpieces, it's about motion, about splashing color where it's gray. The successful self knows every stroke counts, every smudge adds depth, every try builds the picture. It doesn't fear the mess. A spill's just a chance to blend, to shift, to see what else can be. It's like throwing paint at a wall wild, bold, yours. The successful self lives this art, this play, turning days into a canvas that's messy, bright, real, a life that's its own creation. The successful self never stops learning. It's a student with no graduation, always picking up scraps of know-how, bits of why. It's like a traveler collecting stones. Each one's different. Each one's a keep. This isn't for grades, it's for growing, for stretching what it can hold. The successful self asks, listens, tries, knowing every day's a lesson if you let it be. It doesn't shy from hard teachers, pain, doubt, change. They're tough, but they stick, like chalk on a board. It's not about being smart, it's about being open, letting life scribble its notes. The successful self loves this school, this endless class, piling wisdom like books on a shelf, ready for whenever it needs a page. In the dark, the successful self dreams wild. It knows nights not just for sleep, it's for seeing what daylight hides. It's like a movie in its head, rolling free, showing paths it might walk. These aren't just fluff, they're maps, hints, nudges from deep down. The successful self holds them close, letting them whisper what's possible, what's waiting. It doesn't brush them off come morning. It carries them like a tune you hum all day. It's not about figuring them out. It's about feeling them, letting them steer a little. The successful self knows dreams are its spark, its secret talk, lighting up the quiet, pointing to roads it's yet to find. The successful self ties itself to others. It knows it's not a lone star, it's a thread in a net, stronger for the weave. It's like a vine curling round a trellis, growing up with help. This isn't leaning, it's linking, building something bigger with every knot. The successful self gives to this web, takes from it, knowing each strand, each friend, each smile holds it tighter. It doesn't cut these ties easy. It mends them, tends them, like stitching a quilt. It's not about owning, it's about sharing, about a give and take that lifts all. The successful self sees its strength in this net, its joy in the pull, its life in the tangle of hearts it calls home. Time's a ship, and the successful self steers it. It doesn't let it drift or sink, it sails, eyes on the wind, hands on the wheel. It's like a captain reading waves, knowing each one's a chance to move, to turn. This isn't control, it's care, picking where to aim, how to ride. The successful self knows every tick's a gift, every talk a nudge, and it uses them, not wastes them. It doesn't fear the horizon. It heads for it, steady, sure, trusting the sea's got more to show. It's not about speed, it's about direction, about sailing true. The successful self lives this voyage, this helm, finding its way by the stars it picks, the course it sets. The successful self shines for more than itself. It's a light not just to see by, but to lead by, to lift by. It's like a flare in the dark, steady, warm, there for whoever's lost. This isn't show, it's soul, a glow that says, you can too. The successful self knows its spark can start fires, can guide steps, can make the night less heavy. It doesn't dim to fit. It burns full, free, letting its light spill where it will. It's not about being the sun, it's about being a candle, small but sure, bright enough to share. The successful self lives this call, this quiet shine, finding its best in the beams it casts, the hope it hands out. And still, the successful self sings on. It knows life's not a sprint or a stop, it's a melody, rolling, rising, never quite done. It's like a river humming its way to the sea, soft one day, strong the next. This isn't about endings, it's about echoes, about notes that linger, that build. The successful self steps into this song, each day a verse, each choice a chord, each breath a beat. This tune's its own, no copy, no rush. It plays it full, flaws and all, knowing every flat's a chance to tune, every high a chance to soar. It's like a wind chime in a breeze, ringing clear, ringing true. The successful self knows its life's this music, this endless hum, a sound that's its own, a song that's forever becoming. Life is a vast, winding tapestry, threads of joy and struggle woven together, stretching out in every direction. And the successful self moves through it with a quiet grace, a steady pulse, an unshakable trust in the rhythm of it all. It doesn't rush to the edges or cling to the center, it flows, like a river carving its own path, patient but persistent, finding its way through stone and soil alike. It's not about avoiding the tangles or chasing the smooth patches. It's about meeting each knot, each snag, with an open hand and a clear eye, knowing that every twist adds to the pattern, every frayed end a chance to mend something stronger. The successful self doesn't fear the unraveling, it embraces it, trusting that even the loose threads have a place, a purpose, a story to tell. The road isn't always kind. Sometimes it's jagged, steep, shadowed by clouds that hang low and heavy. But the successful self doesn't turn back. It steps forward, not with loud bravado, but with a calm resolve, like a walker who knows the trail doesn't end just because the light dims. When the wind bites, it pulls its courage close, a cloak woven from every hard day it's faced before. When the sun breaks through, it doesn't just bask, it drinks it in, storing that warmth for the colder miles ahead. This isn't about being unbreakable. It's about being bendable, about letting the cracks fill with something tougher, something that holds even when the weight presses down. Every stumble is a stone it steps over, every fall a chance to rise with a steadier footing, a sharper sight. Challenges come like waves, some gentle, some crashing, but the successful self doesn't drown, it swims. It sees these moments not as walls, but as currents, pushing it to stretch, to reach, to find new depths within itself. Picture a bird caught in a storm. It doesn't fight the gusts, it rides them, wings wide, finding lift where others see chaos. That's the successful self, turning resistance into motion, friction into flight. It doesn't curse the rain, it learns its rhythm, knowing that what soaks it today waters it tomorrow. Each rough patch is a teacher, each bruise a mark of growth, proof that it can take the hit and still stand, still move, still shine. Curiosity lights its way, a lantern swinging in its hand, casting glow on the ordinary and the strange alike. Where others see dead ends, it sees doorways. Where others see shadows, it sees shapes waiting to be named. It's like a child peering into a tide pool, poking at the unknown, thrilled by the squirm of life beneath the surface. This isn't a restless itch, it's a hunger, a quiet thrill that keeps its mind awake, its heart beating fast. A cracked sidewalk becomes a map, a stranger's sigh a story, a fleeting cloud, a question worth chasing. The successful self doesn't need every mystery solved. It loves the asking, the wondering, the endless pull of what might be around the next bend. When it crosses paths with others, it doesn't just nod and pass, it stops, it sees, it feels. It knows that every face is a mirror, every voice a thread tying it to something bigger. Like a fire sharing its heat, it offers what it has: kindness, time, a steady ear, without tallying what it might get back. It builds bridges not with grand gestures, but with small ones. A word that lifts, a silence that holds, a touch that says, "You're not alone." This isn't about being the hero, it's about being human, about knowing that a single spark shared can warm two souls at once. The successful self finds its richness in these ties, in the weave of lives that cross its own, in the quiet joy of being part of the whole. Empathy is its compass, guiding it through the noise of the world. It doesn't just hear the words, it feels the weight behind them, the tremble, the hope. It's like sitting beside someone in the dark, not to fix their night, but to share it, to let them know the shadows don't have to be faced alone. This isn't a burden, it's a bridge, a way to connect without words, to lift without pulling. The successful self knows that understanding another's ache doesn't dim its own light, it deepens it, makes it truer, makes it last. One gentle act, one moment of care, ripples out, touching shores it'll never see, leaving the world a little softer in its wake. Trust anchors it, not the loud kind that shouts, but the quiet kind that sits deep, like the roots of a mountain oak gripping stone. It's not blind to its flaws, scratches and stumbles mark its skin, but it believes in its bones, its breath, its beat. When doubt whispers, it doesn't flinch, it listens, nods, then keeps walking, like you'd hear out a friend, but not let them steer the ship. This faith isn't fragile, it's forged, tempered by every doubt it's faced down, every dawn it's greeted after a long night. The successful self knows this trust is its keel, keeping it steady when the seas churn, guiding it through fog with a compass only it can read. Mistakes don't haunt it, they shape it. It doesn't bury them or paint them over, it picks them up, holds them to the light, sees what they teach. Like a weaver finding a snag in the cloth, it works it in, turns it into pattern, not flaw. This isn't about never tripping, it's about knowing the fall's just the start of the rise. Each misstep is a dance move learned, each wrong turn a map redrawn. The successful self doesn't chase perfection. It chases progress, knowing that every slip is a chance to step wiser, to move smoother, to grow into something truer. Gratitude colors its days, not as a chore, but as a reflex, a lens that finds gold in the grit. It doesn't wait for the grand wins, it thanks the small ones. The hush of dawn, the weight of a mug in its hand, the echo of a laugh down the hall. It's like gathering shells on a shore, each one modest, but together a treasure. This habit doesn't just brighten the now, it opens doors, pulls more good in, like a song that calls its own echo. The successful self knows that spotting the light keeps the dark from swallowing whole, that a thankful heart is a magnet for more to be thankful for. Even when the sky grays, it hunts for the gleam. It's not about faking cheer, it's about choosing to see, to sift through the mud for the glint. Maybe it's a lesson carved from the mess, a stranger's nod, or just the fact it's still here, breathing. This isn't denial, it's defiance, a quiet refusal to let the gloom win. The successful self wields gratitude like a tool, a pickaxe that chips away at despair, a candle that flickers but holds, showing it what's worth keeping, even when the world feels heavy. Imagination is its wild playground, a space where it runs free, builds castles, chases stars. It doesn't just dream for escape, it dreams to create, to see what could be before it's real. It's like a painter splashing color on a blank wall, vivid and bold, sketching tomorrow with every stroke. This isn't idle fancy, it's fire, a spark that lights the way, turns vague wants into clear paths. The successful self knows what it sees in its mind, can guide its hands, can pull the future close, one vivid picture at a time. Those dreams don't sit still, they push it forward. It takes the visions and walks toward them, step by step, not daunted by the distance. It's like planting a seed in bare dirt, knowing the first green shoot is just the start. A word scribbled, a try begun, a shift made, these are its bricks, laid slow but sure. The successful self trusts this build, this bridge from what if asterisk to what is asterisk, letting its imagination lead while its will follows, turning air into earth, hope into hold. Persistence is its heartbeat, steady and strong, keeping it moving when the road drags long. It doesn't bolt at the first hurdle or quit when the pace slows, it keeps going, like a hiker who knows the peak's worth every ache. This isn't about speed, it's about staying, about showing up when the shine fades and the slog sets in. The successful self understands that the big wins are stitched from small keeps, that every inch gained is ground won, that the trick is in the not stopping, not the sprinting. When the path twists, it doesn't retreat, it bends. It shifts, it tries new angles, flows around the blocks like water over rock. This isn't stubbornness, it's strength, a soft grit that wears down walls with time, not force. It's like a tide smoothing stone, patient but relentless, trusting that every push, even the ones that falter, piles into something solid. The successful self knows the finish line isn't the prize, it's the going, the growing, the quiet pile of tries that make it whole. Learning is its fuel, a fire that never dims. It's always reaching, always asking, soaking up the world like a sponge in a stream. It doesn't care where the wisdom comes from, a kid's why, an old tale, a stranger's slip. It listens, it takes, it keeps. This isn't just for knowing, it's for being, for sharpening its edges, softening its blind spots. The successful self sees every day as a schoolroom, every talk a textbook, every try a test it's glad to take, piling insight like stones for a tower. It's not afraid to miss the mark. A wrong guess is just a nudge, a chance to tweak and try again, like a cook tasting the stew and adding salt. This openness isn't weak, it's wide, letting it stretch beyond what it was, think beyond what it knew. The successful self loves this chase, this endless gather of bits and pieces, knowing each one makes it richer. Each one builds a mind that bends with the world, not breaks against it. Balance is its art, a dance it practices daily, juggling life's pieces without letting them crash. It doesn't cram everything in or leave it all out. It feels the sway, knows when to lean, when to ease. It's like a tightrope walker, arms out, steps sure, finding the line where work and rest, give and take, hum together. This isn't rigid, it's fluid, shifting with the day, the need, the pull. The successful self knows tipping too far leaves it ragged, so it aims for the middle, where it can breathe, where it can last. This balance isn't a rule book, it's a rhythm. Some days it pushes hard, some it pulls back soft, like a river knowing when to rush and when to pool. It stumbles sometimes, feels the wobble, but it rights itself, trusting the sway's part of the step. The successful self lives this dance, this give and flow, building a life that's full without fraying, strong without snapping, a harmony that holds through the loud and the low. Taking care is its root, not a luxury tacked on, but a need built in. It knows an empty well can't water anything, so it fills itself rest, quiet, moments that mend. It's like tending a flame, keeping it fed so it doesn't flicker out. A walk in the dusk, a breath held long, a pause to feel the world settle. This isn't selfish, it's sense. The successful self sees that when it's whole, it can spill over, can give without draining, can stand without crumbling. It tunes in close, hears what it craves, sleep when the edges blur, motion when the stillness stings. It's not about checklists, it's about instinct, like a bird knowing when to nest, when to soar. This care isn't a reward, it's a foundation, a steady base that lets it rise, lets it reach, lets it weather the storms without washing away. The successful self knows its strength grows from this, its light burns from this, its life flows from this. Sharing is its nature, not a chore or a show. It doesn't hoard its wins, it spreads them, like a tree dropping apples for anyone passing by. Time given, kindness lent, hope tossed out, it doesn't count the cost, doesn't wait for thanks. This isn't loud giving, it's quiet, a reflex that feels right, that fits. The successful self finds its joy in this spill, in the lift of another's face, in the way one good turn can roll on, touching lives it'll never trace. It trusts the ripple, knows a small toss can stir a big wave. One smile, one hand, one steady word, it's like a seed that sprouts where it lands, growing beyond sight. The successful self doesn't clutch its good, it lets it go, lets it grow, finding its measure not in what it keeps, but in what it sets free. This open heart keeps it tied to the world, keeps it rising with the tide it helps lift. Starting small is its secret, its quiet power. It doesn't wait for the grand stage or the perfect cue. It begins where it stands, with what it holds. It's like striking a match in the dark, one tiny flame, but enough to see by. This isn't timid, it's bold, a trust that little moves make big shifts. The successful self knows waiting for all the pieces means missing the chance. So it steps, it tries, it builds from the ground up. Each start strings to the next, one word to a line, one push to a path. It's not about giant leaps, it's about steady hops, linking into a journey you only see looking back. It's like threading a needle, slow at first, then a seam, then a shirt. The successful self loves this build, this string of smalls into somethings, trusting that every bit laid down is a brick in a house it's still shaping. Passion drives it, a fire that doesn't fade. It finds what lights it up, big or small, and chases that glow, not for claps or coins, but for the feel of it. It's like a dog bounding after a stick, all in, no holding back. This love turns work to play, long hours to quick minutes, hard tasks to good fights. The successful self knows when its heart's in it, the load lifts, the road straightens, the day fits like a glove. This fire isn't just for the loud stuff, it's in the quiet too. The way it listens deep, the way it helps soft, the way it dreams wide, it brings that spark to all of it, turning plain into bright. It doesn't save passion for rare days, it spends it daily. Knowing this is the key, the pulse, the thing that makes life its own. The successful self lives this love, this heat, building a world that hums with its beat. Letting go is its strength, not its stumble. It drops what doesn't serve, old hurts, old fits, old weights, like shedding a coat too tight. It's not quitting, it's clearing, making space for what's next, what's now. It's like pruning a branch so the tree can climb higher, breathe freer. The successful self trusts this cut, knows what's meant to stay will root, what's not will drift, leaving it lighter, ready for new wind. This release isn't bitter, it's sweet, like shaking dust off after a long haul. It doesn't cling to what's gone, it turns to what's here, eyes up, hands open. It's not forgetting, it's freeing, letting go of chains it doesn't need to drag. The successful self finds power in this lightness, this lift, stepping into each day unburdened, unshackled, alive for what's coming. Patience is its pace, a slow, sure stride. It knows the best things brew, not burst. Trees don't leap, they stretch. Bread doesn't rise in a blink. It's like waiting for dawn, trusting the dark has its time, its turn. This isn't stalling, it's standing, working while it waits, sure the bloom will come when it's ripe. The successful self doesn't kick at delays. It nods, it tends, it trusts the slow cook of good things. This calm isn't dead, it's alive, a faith that keeps it steady when the clock drags. It plants, it waters, it watches, like a farmer who knows the harvest waits for no rush. It's not about sitting still, it's about moving right, letting life unfold in its own beat. The successful self lives this wait, this trust, finding beauty in the stretch, peace in the promise of what's brewing. Quiet is its haven, its deep well. It doesn't need the roar to feel full. It sinks into the hush, hears the hum beneath the noise. It's like sitting by a still stream, watching the world settle, seeing itself clear. This silence isn't blank, it's thick, alive with whispers of what's true, what's next. The successful self leans into this, lets it sharpen its edges, steady its pulse, light its way. This stillness isn't retreat, it's recharge. It's not afraid to sit alone, to sift its own dust, to find what holds. Like a hawk perched high, it rests, it watches, it gathers for the flight. The successful self knows this quiet is its friend, its mirror, its map, a space to line up its heart with its hands, to step back into the fray clear, strong, whole. Humility keeps it grounded, keeps it real. It doesn't climb to crow, it rises to see, to serve, to stay. It's like a river running low, touching where it's needed, not flooding to be seen. This isn't smallness, it's depth, a strength that doesn't need to shout. The successful self knows it's not the tallest tree, and that's fine. It grows where it's planted, learns where it stands, gives where it can. It doesn't chase the spotlight or dodge the mud. It takes the praise, the blame, the plain, and keeps on, like a worker who tills the field no matter the yield. Its worth isn't in the cheers, it's in the doing, the quiet stack of days lived true. The successful self walks this low road, this steady line, finding its height in its roots, its shine in its still. Being real is its core, its North Star. It doesn't wear masks or twist to fit, it stands as it is, clear as glass, strong as stone. It's like a stream showing its bed, no murk, no hide. This isn't loud defiance, it's quiet truth, a life that matches its pulse to its promise. The successful self knows pretending dulls the edge, so it lives sharp, lives straight, lives its own. This truth isn't just for itself, it frees others. When it's real, it cracks the air open, lets everyone breathe easier, be truer. It's like a bell ringing clear, others hear, others hum along. The successful self knows this honesty isn't soft, it's steel, a guide through the haze, a light that says, "This is me," and that's enough. It walks this way, steady, sure, its own star burning bright. Forgiveness is its key, its release. It doesn't stack grudges, they're bricks it won't carry, weights it won't haul. It lets old stings fade, not to erase them, but to loose them, like cutting a kite string to watch it soar. This isn't weakness, it's will, a choice to trade pain for peace. The successful self knows anger dims its glow, so it sets it down, steps free, finds air again. It turns that grace inward too. For the trips, the misses, the times it didn't land, it doesn't flog itself, it frees itself. It's like brushing dirt off a scraped knee, gentle, forward on. This isn't excusing, it's embracing, a way to keep its heart open, its spirit light. The successful self wields forgiveness like a wing, lifting it past yesterday, soaring into now, unshackled by what was. Lines are its guard, its gift to itself. It knows where to stop, where to say no, not to shut out, but to hold in. It's like a fence around a field, room to grow, space to keep. This isn't hard, it's healthy, a care that lets it give without breaking. The successful self understands that endless yeses drain it dry, so it picks its yeses, saves its strength, keeps its roots deep. These lines move, breathe, shift with the day. Some mornings they're tight, some nights they widen. It's like tuning a string, finding the note that rings true. It's not rigid, it's right. A trust in itself to know when to stretch, when to pull back. The successful self lives this balance, this boundary, giving full where it can, standing firm where it must, shining steady through it all. Creativity is its breath, its play. It doesn't stick to the lines, it draws new ones, sees the world slant, fresh, wild. It's like a kid with clay, shaping what's not there yet, grinning at the mess. This isn't just for show, it's for solving, for dreaming, for living. The successful self knows a sideways look can crack a knot. A new try can shift the stuck. A spark can light the dim. It doesn't wait for the green light to make. It grabs what's near, twists it, tries it, like a cook, with scraps turning nothing into something. It loves the flop as much as the win. Each one's a step, a story, a mark. The successful self dances this way, this free-form fling with what could be, leaving traces of its wonder, its whim, its wide-open why. Simple is its style, its strength. It doesn't pile up excess, stuff, fuss, noise. It pares down, finds the core. It's like a desk with just a pen and page, clear, calm enough. This isn't thin, it's thick, a richness in the plain, a peace in the uncluttered. The successful self knows more can muddy, so it keeps what fits, lets go what doesn't, lives light but full. This ease isn't lack, it's lift. It doesn't chase the flash or fret the miss. It's like a fire with good wood, warm without waste. It finds the gold in the quiet night, the slow talk, the deep breath. Knowing simple holds more than clutter ever could. The successful self walks this clean line, this clear way, finding depth in the spare, life in the less. Now is its home, its hold. It doesn't drift back to then or leap to next. It's here, in this tick, this talk. It's like tasting the bite you're chewing, not the one you've swallowed or the one you'll take. This isn't forced, it's free, a sink into what's real, what's close. The successful self knows yesterday's gone and tomorrow's a guess. Today's the ground it shapes, the air it breathes. Being here sharpens it all, ears catch the hum, eyes spot the glint, hands feel the weight. It's like waking to a new room, everything sharp, everything alive. The successful self doesn't skip this, it dives in, grabs the small joys, the quick truths, the quiet wins of right now. This focus keeps it rooted, keeps it real, keeps it rolling with the pulse of what is. Change doesn't shake it, it calls it. It knows life shifts, bends, turns, like leaves falling or tides pulling. It doesn't brace, it bends, flows, finds the new groove. It's like a vine climbing a wall, twisting to fit, thriving in the turn. This isn't frail, it's fierce, a flex that meets the shift head on. The successful self sees every change as a crack letting light in, a chance to stretch wider, dig deeper. It doesn't lock to old ways when they pinch. It swaps them, tries fresh ones, like shedding a tight skin for one that fits. It's not about tossing all, it's about tuning, finding what works now. The successful self trusts this twist, this turn, knowing each shift carves its story sharper, truer, more its own. A path that's alive with every new step. Harmony is its hum, its steady song. It doesn't lurch high or crash low. It finds the middle, the place where things fit. It's like a chord struck right, not sharp, not flat, just full. This isn't tame, it's rich, a weave of push and rest, loud and soft, into something smooth. The successful self knows all out or all off, phrase it, so it seeks the balance, the breath, the blend that lasts. This tune takes tending, it listens, adjusts, like a player feeling the strings. It wavers sometimes, hits a sour note, but it keeps at it, keeps the rhythm alive. It's not about perfect, it's about whole, a life that sings steady, that holds together. The successful self lives this music, this mix, finding its peace in the flow, its power in the fit. Its mark isn't carved in rock, it's sown in souls. It knows its steps echo, its kindness sticks, its light lingers. It's like a lantern passed hand to hand, the flame stays, even when the holder moves on. This isn't about fame, it's about feel, about leaving something warm behind. The successful self finds its point in this, in being part of the long thread, the wide web, the quiet good that keeps going. This legacy isn't forced, it grows day by day in the small stuff. A lift given, a seed dropped, a spark shared. It's like planting a field you won't harvest, someone will, and that's plenty. The successful self measures itself not in what it stacks, but in what it scatters, a trail of care, of try, of light that winds on, touching lives it'll never know. Joy is its friend, its frequent guest. It doesn't save the laughs for later or wait for loud wins, it finds them now, in the silly, the soft, the sudden. It's like a kid jumping waves, soaked and grinning, free in the splash. This isn't extra, it's essential. A lift that keeps it loose, keeps it lit. The successful self knows joy's not a treat, it's a tool. A wind that carries it over the rough, a glow that gilds the plain. It doesn't cage this lightness, it lets it loose, lets it lift, like a kite catching air. It's not about forcing fun, it's about finding it, letting it bubble up natural and true. It's like a hum you can't shake, simple, sweet, yours. The successful self weaves this in, this play, knowing it's the thread that keeps it strong, keeps it young, keeps it waking eager. Timing is its ally, its quiet guide. It knows not every seed cracks today, not every dream fits now, it waits, trusts the slow turn. It's like watching dusk fade to stars, you can't push it, but it comes. This isn't blind, it's bright, a sense that every wait has weight, every pause a point. The successful self doesn't force the unripe, it works, it holds, it lets life ripen in its own season. This faith keeps it cool, it doesn't fret the lag, doesn't curse the stall. It digs in, does its part, lets the rest roll in when it will. It's like casting a net and sitting patient. The catch comes when it comes. The successful self rides this wave, this one moving with time's own tick, sure that what's due will land in its lap. Mystery is its muse, its wide open field. It doesn't need every blank filled. It loves the gaps, the guesses, the what-ifs. It's like stepping into mist, heart high, ready for what shapes up. This isn't shaky, it's sure, a pull that keeps it moving, keeps it lit. The successful self knows not knowing isn't a void, it's a vault, brimming with maybe, with might, with more. It doesn't grip for control, it lets go, lets life twist, lets the strange teach. It's like chasing a path with no end, thrilled by the turns, the blur. The successful self thrives here, in this wild stretch, finding its legs in the leap, its breath in the vast, its fire in the fog of what's next. Rest is its reset, its deep drink. It doesn't see stopping as slipping, it's fueling, like a field lying fallow to grow thick again. This isn't slack, it's smart, a pause that heals, that hones, that holds. The successful self takes it when it calls, not waiting for the tank to scrape dry, knowing a full cup pours longer, shines brighter. This break shifts, sometimes a breath, sometimes a night, sometimes a slow day by the window. It's like a bird folding its wings, not to quit, but to ready for the next soar. It's not about stalling, it's about storing, gathering steam in the still. The successful self trusts this beat, this balm, finding its edge in the ease, its push in the pause. We're all tied, and it knows it under the skin, the noise, the split. We're one cloth, one cord. It's like a chorus with different voices, all hitting the same note. This isn't soft, it's solid, a truth that steers its step, its reach, its care. The successful self builds on this, pulls close, not apart, finding its ground in the link, its lift in the shared. It doesn't snap to judge or cut the thread. It looks for the join, the overlap, the spark we all carry. It's like a knot in a net, alone it's small, together it holds. The successful self knows this weave isn't weak, it's iron, a root that steadies it, a line that keeps it kind, a tie that keeps it true. And so it goes, never landing, always lifting. It's not a point to pin, it's a pulse, a flow, a climb. It's like a wind that doesn't settle, always stirring, always seeking new bends. This isn't about done, it's about doing, about seeing each day as a chance to deepen, to widen, to glow. The successful self steps into this spin, this endless become, proving with every move that living well is growing well. This road loops long, dips deep, climbs high. It's a tale with no close, each page thicker, each line brighter. It's like a song with no last note, humming on, picking up rhythm as it rolls. The successful self walks it with heart, with heat, with hold, knowing every beat, a chance to soften, to strengthen, to shine. This is its run, its rise, its boundless turn into all it can be. A quiet hymn to the endless art of being. Time's not its chain, it's its wing. It doesn't race the hours or dread their fade, it rides them, like a leaf on a breeze, giving each its weight, its worth. It's not about clutching, It's about catching, letting the minutes stack into moments that matter. The successful self knows time doesn't take, it trades, swapping ticks for tries, seconds for sense, days for depth. It doesn't mourn the past or rush the next. It lets them roll, like ripples on a pond, each one fresh, each one full. It's not counting down, it's building up, filling the now with what fits, what feels. The successful self flows this way, calm in the current, alive in the slow spill, finding its peace in the stretch, its place in the play of hours. Falling, not its foe, it's its forge. It knows a slip isn't the stop, it's the start. Like a kid tumbling, then hopping back on the bike. Each drop teaches where to step, how to steady, when to leap. This isn't defeat, it's drive, a fire that flares brighter with every skid. The successful self rises not with regret, but with reach, turning the spill into a spring, the dip into a climb. It wears the marks proud, their signs it dared, signs it danced. It's like a page creased from use, lived in, loved, real. The successful self knows falling builds bone, builds brain, builds a tale worth telling, a beat worth keeping. This lift is its life, its proof, its path from low to high, from down to dawn. Nature's its mirror, its map. It sees itself in the crawl of roots, the weight of seeds, the stretch of sky slow, sure, strong. It's like a tree whispering lessons. Bend with the gust, sink deep in the quiet, bloom when the light calls. This isn't mimic, it's meld, a pull to the pulse it shares with the dirt, the air, the rain. The successful self listens, learns, lets this old song steady its sway. It doesn't buck the seasons, it bends with them, like a branch bowing to snow or lifting to sun. It's not about forcing, it's about feeling, drawing grit from the storm, grace from the calm. The successful self knows the earth's got a wisdom that outlasts words, and it tunes in, finds its step in the rustle, its strength in the roots, its song in the wild. Wonder wakes it daily, keeps it wide. It doesn't need the loud to gasp, it finds the spark in the soft. A bird's trill, a friend's quirk, a breeze's brush. It's like spotting stars in daylight small, but there, shining if you look. This isn't chasing big, it's cherishing close, seeing the glow in what's near. The successful self knows the best bits hide quiet, and it hunts them, holds them, loves them deep. It doesn't rush past the small, it stops, savors, lets it sink. It's like holding a stone smooth from the river, simple, solid, sweet. The successful self lives this close-up awe, this soft hunt, keeping its days lit not with bangs, but with breaths, with bits that stick, with wonders that whisper. Peace isn't its chase, it's its core. It doesn't hunt it out there, it grows it in here, steady, slow, sure. It's like a stone in a stream, smooth under the rush, holding still. This isn't frail, it's firm, built from letting go, from choosing calm, from rooting deep. The successful self knows this peace is its base, its beam, its beat that keeps it whole. It shields this quiet, keeps the clamor out. It's like closing a window on the wind inside, stays steady, stays warm. This isn't hiding, it's holding, carving a space to think, to feel, to be. The successful self guards this glow, this ground, seeing it as its truest strength, its steadiest shine, its deepest win. The unclear doesn't chill it, it calls it. It steps into the blur, eager, alive, like a kid chasing fog to see what hides. It doesn't need every line drawn, it trusts the gaps fill as it goes, trusts the dark has gifts. This isn't rash, it's ripe, a pull to the edge that wakes it, shapes it. The successful self knows the unknown's not a blank, it's a burst, a field of chance, a stretch of maybe. It doesn't balk at dusk, it walks it, eyes open, heart high. It's like a hunter tracking by feel, sure the trail leads somewhere true. The successful self loves this fringe, this free, finding its feet in the fumble, its fire in the fade, its force in the vast of what's yet to break clear, giving's its grain, its natural grain. It doesn't hoard, it hands out, free and full, like a spring spilling over. It's not about tallying, it's about flowing, sharing what it's got because it's there, because it fits. It's like a sun casting rays, no ask, just offer. The successful self knows its light grows in the give, its life lifts in the share, its joy jumps in the pass. It cheers others, climbs, sees them as its own. One rise pulls all, like a tide lifting every boat. It's not losing, it's looping, growing wide through what it lets loose. The successful self lives this give, this gift, finding its fullest self in the lift, its truest hum in the hand it lends. Gratitude's its air, its every inhale. It doesn't save thanks for the big, it spills it on the small, the cracked, the close. It's like a kid counting pebbles, glad for each one, no matter the size. This isn't fake, it's free, a lens that finds the good, pulls it near. The successful self knows this thanks doesn't just spotlight, it calls it, stacks it, makes it stick. It doesn't dodge the rough, it digs through, finds the glint, the gain. It's like sifting sand for a shell. There's always something, even in the grit. The successful self keeps this pulse, this steady thanks, weaving it into its walk, its wake, its way. A hum that holds it high, holds it here. Its guts its guide, its soft steer. It hears that low voice, the one that nudges when the loud goes quiet. It's like a star in the day, faint, but fixed, pointing true. This isn't noise, it's no, a deep tap it trusts, leans on. The successful self follows this feel, this flick, letting it lead when the map fades, when the mind spins. It doesn't second guess this pull, it rides it, finds it true more than not. It's like a fish swimming the current, no fuss, just flow. The successful self knows this inner ping is its gold, its line to the real, its light through the thick, keeping it steady, keeping it sure, keeping it its own. Letting goes its lift, its daily shed. It drops the done old aches, old weights, old wants like leaves in a wind. It's not loss, it's loose, a clear for what's now, what's new. It's like shaking sand from your shoes, lighter, freer, forward. The successful self knows gripping chokes, so it opens, lets fly, steps clean. This sheds a breath, a bright, it's like waking from a nap. everything crisp again. It doesn't linger on the left, it looks at the left to come, heart up, hands free. The successful self finds its wings in this drop, its wind in this wave, greeting each dawn with a slate unscribed, a step unweighed. Balance is its build, its bones. It doesn't tip wild or lock tight, it sways, finds the sweet spot where life fits. It's like a scale holding steady, not heavy, not light, just right. This isn't flat, it's full, a mix of push and pull, work and weight, that holds it whole. The successful self knows too much one way cracks it, so it tunes, it turns, it keeps the line. It shifts this daily, more here, less there, like a rower feeling the water. It's not stiff, it's soft, a feel for the flow that keeps it afloat. The successful self lives this art, this arc, crafting a life that bends but holds, that shines but stays, that sings without strain. It's its own tale, its own tune. It's not a finish, it's a forming, a wave rolling, a tree reaching. It's like a song with no close, each note new, each chord deep. This isn't about ends, it's about edges, about the stretch, the strum, the shine of still becoming. The successful self steps into this, each day a line, each try a tone, each breath a beat in a ballad unbound. This weave winds on, a blend of fall and fly, of grit and gleam. It doesn't chase the last word, it lives the long middle, fierce and full. It's like a painter with no frame, brushing bold, brushing free. The successful self knows its strength. In this spin, this spill, this endless chance to grow, to glow, to be a quiet proof that life's best lived is life unfurled. Its grounds its own to tend, its seeds to sow. It knows it's got roots inside, hopes, quirks, strengths, and it waters them, not waiting for rain. It's like a farmer with a plot, digging, planting, watching what breaks through. This isn't toil, it's tend, a care that grows something green, something true. The successful self sees every thought as a shoot, every move as a leaf, building its own bloom, its own branch. It doesn't rush this rise. Some seeds sleep, some need storm, some need sun. It's like waiting for a bud to split. You don't yank, you watch. The successful self trusts this slow, this sure, knowing its garden's grace is in the grow, in the quiet stack of care, in the bloom that's its alone to bring. Life's a wide sheet, and it marks it bold. It doesn't wait for the perfect tool. It grabs what's there, scratches a line, starts a shape. It's like a kid with chalk, fearless, free, finding form in the fling. This isn't about polish, it's about pulse, about splashing color where it's blank. The successful self knows every mark matters, every smear adds, every try paints the day. It doesn't dread the mess. A blot's a chance to mix, to make, to see. It's like tossing paint at a wall, raw, real, right. The successful self lives this fling, this free, turning hours into hues, days into drafts. A life that's its own sketch, its own splash, its own wild art. Learning's its long game, its endless grab. It's a seeker with no cap, always picking up scraps, scraps of how, scraps of why. It's like a walker stacking stones, each one's new, each one's kept. This isn't for show, it's for stretch, for piling what it knows into what it is. The successful self asks, tries, takes, seeing every dawn as a desk, every dusk as a draft. It doesn't duck the tough stuff, loss, doubt, shift. They teach hard, they teach deep. It's like a slate scratched rough, but read clear. It's not about being wise, it's about being wide, letting life write its lines. The successful self loves this learn, this long school, stacking smarts like bricks, ready for the next wall, the next why. In the dark, it dreams big, dreams loose. It knows nights not just rest, it's reach, a screen where what's hid plays free. It's like a film unspooling, wild and wide, showing roads it might run. These aren't fluff, they're flickers, hints from the deep that hum. The successful self holds them, hears them, lets them nudge what's next, what's near. It doesn't ditch them at light, they linger, like a scent you catch later. It's not about solving, it's about soaking, letting them steer soft. The successful self knows dreams are its drift, its deep talk, lighting the still, pointing to paths it's yet to pick, yet to pace. It's tied to the rest, not a lone spark. It knows it's a strand in a web, a root in a row, stronger for the knot. It's like a vine leaning on a frame, climbing with the lift. This isn't weak, it's wide, a build that grows with every link. The successful self gives to this weave, takes from it, knowing each thread, each face, each favor tightens the hold. It doesn't snap these strings quick, it mends, it mines, like patching a sail. It's not about clutch, it's about connect, a share that lifts all. The successful self finds its force in this net, its fire in the pull, its frame in the tangle of lives it loops with, lives it loves, times its boat, its helm. It doesn't let it drift or drag, it steers, feels the wind, sets the course. It's like a rower reading the tide, knowing each pull counts, each turn shifts. This isn't grip, it's guide, a care that picks the path, rides the roll. The successful self knows every beat a chance, every breath a bend, and it takes them, shapes them, sails them true. It doesn't fear the far, it heads there, steady, sure, trusting the waves have more to give. It's not about haste, it's about headway, about pointing right. The successful self lives this sail, this steer, finding its flow by the stars it sees, the line it lays, the sea it rides. It shines not just for itself, it's for all. It's a light to lead by, to lift by, not just to look at. It's like a torch in the thick, warm, there, showing way for whoever's near. This isn't flash, it's feel, a glow that says, here's how, here's hope. The successful self knows its spark can catch, can guide, can cut the dark for more than one. It doesn't dim to blend, it burns full, free, letting its rays fall where they will. It's not the whole sky, just a steady flame, bright enough to share. The successful self lives this lend, this light, finding its best in the beams it throws, its truest beat in the hope it hands. And still it sings, a song with no stop. It knows life's not a race or a rest, it's a roll, a rise, a run that keeps. It's like a stream humming to the sea, soft then strong, always on. This isn't about close, it's about carry, about notes that stack, that stay. The successful self steps into this sound, each day a verse, each choice a chord, each breath a bar in a tune that's never through. This hums its own, no mimic, no haste. It plays it raw, cracks and all, knowing every dip's a chance to climb, every peak a chance to sing. It's like a bell in the breeze, ringing clear, ringing its own. The successful self knows its life's this music, this endless spill, a sound that's its alone, a song that's always growing. It lifts where it lands, not by shoving, but by sharing. It knows strength in the tie, in the quiet truth that we're all one root. It's like a tree whose branches touch the next, growing strong in the lean. It doesn't snatch light, it splits it, knowing one rise feeds all. The successful self finds its power in this join, this together, a wisdom that sees the whole thrive when each part does. It doesn't shout to be heard, it listens, adds its piece when it fits. It's like a player in a band, hitting the note that blends, not blares. The successful self knows its pull isn't solo, it's chorus, a sound bigger than one, a beat that hums with the world's own pulse, a life that lifts by linking. Curiosity's its constant, its close kin. It doesn't rest on what it's got, it reaches, hungers, hunts for more. It's like a kid with a stick, poking the dirt, grinning at what turns up. This isn't fuss, it's fire, a keep alive that sharpens its sight, widens its chest. The successful self knows every why's a gate, every what's a step, every find a flare of fresh. It doesn't shrink from the strange, it seeks it, knowing the new hides just past the known. It's like a hiker picking the rough trail, eager for the view it earns. The successful self trusts this itch, this ask, letting it lead to growth, to gleam, to the quiet kick of cracking something open, something deep. Stillness is its strength, its secret store. In a world that spins, it stops, breathes, lets the whirl settle. It's like a pond after a toss, clear again, showing what's below. This isn't null, it's full, a charge that steadies, that clears, that keeps. The successful self takes this pause, this peace, knowing it's where it finds its feet, its feel, its forward. It doesn't race to fill the quiet, it sits, savors, lets it speak. It's like a watcher on a hill, seeing far by standing still. The successful self knows this stop isn't stall, it's sight, a chance to catch the whole, to ready for the next. In this calm, it gathers, it grows, it glows anew. Legacy's its long look, its quiet aim. It's not about plaques or piles, it's about prints, about what stays in hearts, not halls. It's like a sower tossing seeds for a spring it won't see, glad for the green to come. This isn't chase, it's choice, a care that what it does ripples, matters, holds. The successful self finds its mark in this, in the slow build of good that lingers. It doesn't stack for show, it gives for grow, small acts that seed, that spread. It's like a wave touching sand far off, moving past its start. The successful self lives for this echo, this after, knowing its life's worth isn't in the grab, but in the give, in the quiet tracks it leaves for time to trace. Shadows don't scare it, they shape it. It knows life's got dark folds, hard dips, dim days, and it walks them, not away. It's like a digger in a cave, hunting glints in the black, sure there's gold to gain. This isn't dodge, it's dive, a trust that even the low holds lessons, holds light. The successful self sees its full self here, in the mix of bright and bleak, in the depth of both. It doesn't fake the sun, it feels the shade, lets it teach, lets it tint. It's like a weaver using dark thread for contrast, knowing the whole needs all. The successful self grows in this, in the hold of high and low, finding its balance, its breadth, its beauty in the full stretch of what is. Resilience is its root, its rise. It doesn't mean no falls, it means no quits, a bend that snaps back, a break that mends. It's like a reed in a gale, bowing low but lifting high when the wind dies. This isn't steel, it's spring, a habit of standing after every hit. The successful self knows this bounce isn't once, it's always a rhythm of up, a beat of back. It doesn't let the drop name it, it lets it nudge it, lift it, like a stone skipped to a higher arc. It's like a climber finding grip after a slide, stronger for the slip. The successful self lives this rise, this return, knowing every tumble's a teacher, every stand a strength, every scar a step to more. Words are its wand, its weight. It knows they carve, they cure, they carry, and it picks them careful, like a smith shaping iron. It's not about flawless, it's about feel, about saying what builds, what binds. It's like a builder laying bricks, each word sets the wall, for good or ill. The successful self wields this craft, this care, knowing its voice can shift the air, can steady the ground. It doesn't spill cheap, it speaks true, skips the junk, lifts the real. It's like a singer hitting the note that rings, clear and clean. The successful self knows its words are its wake, its way, using them to link, to light, to leave something solid behind, something that lasts. Simple's its skin, its soul. It doesn't stack what it doesn't need, clutter chase, noise it strips to the bone, the beat. It's like a hut with just a bed and a view small, but full. This isn't less, it's more, a clear that cuts to what counts. The successful self knows extra tangles, so it keeps the clean, the close, the calm that carries. It doesn't run for the rush, it rests in the real, like a meal with no fuss, but all flavor. It finds its fill in the plain day, the soft talk, the still air, knowing simple's the deep, the true. The successful self walks this light load, this lean line, finding its peace in the bare, its plenty in the pure. It knows how to cheer, how to clap for itself. It doesn't wait for the loud wins, it marks the quiet ones, the steps no one sees. It's like a grower grinning at a new shoot, not just the ripe fruit. This isn't brag, it's boost, a nod to what's done, what's dared. The successful self takes this moment, this mark, letting it fuel the next, light the now. It doesn't shrink its strides, it sees them, owns them, like a walker counting miles, glad for each. It's not about loud, it's about lift, a way to keep the spark, keep the step. The successful self knows this cheer isn't vain, it's vim, a fire fed by its own tries, a push to keep climbing, keep dreaming. Plays its pulse, its play. It doesn't shove fun to the side, it pulls it in, knows it's food for the fight. It's like a pup rolling in grass, free and full, no weight to drag. This isn't kid stuff, it's core, a keep alive that loosens the tight, brightens the dim. The successful self weaves this in, this romp, knowing it's not fluff, it's force, a lift that lasts. It doesn't pen play for later, it grabs it now, laughs now, leaps now. It's like a fiddler riffing free, no sheet, just sound. The successful self knows this loose, this light, isn't stray, it's stay, a way to recharge, to return with eyes clear, hands ready, heart high. Presence is its power, its place. It doesn't half show, it's all there in the tick, with the who, with the what. It's like a listener catching the unsaid, the under, the all. This isn't push, it's pull, a gift of being right here, right now. The successful self gives this full, this focus, knowing it's the truest tie, the deepest dig. It doesn't split its mind across 10. It sinks into one, like a lens pulling sharp. It's not about rush, it's about reach, finding the meat of the moment, the marrow of the meat. The successful self lives this close, this clear, finding its depth in the here, its truth in the touch of now. Adaptability's its ace, its easy bend. It doesn't stick stiff, it shifts, finds the new when the old shuts. It's like a stream hitting rock and slipping round, smooth and sure. This isn't flip, it's flex, a knack for rolling with what rolls. The successful self knows there's always a way, a tweak, a turn, and it takes it, makes it, moves it. It doesn't flinch at the switch, it flows, finds the gift in the glitch. It's like a sailor tacking with the gust, riding the change to keep course. The successful self thrives in this shift, this shimmy, turning every kink into a kick, every veer into a vault, every new into a now. Rests its rhythm, its renew. It doesn't see sleep as skip its store, a chance to fill, to firm. It's like a lamp plugged in, dark till it's bright again. This isn't slack, it's sharp, a know that down fuels up. The successful self takes this rest, this reset, not when it's broke, but when it bends, keeping its glow, its go. It doesn't grind past the yawn, it hears it, heeds it, like a field left to lie for a richer yield. It's not about halt, it's about hold, a trust that still builds strong. The successful self honors this dip, this doze, finding its lift in the lay, its leap in the lull, its long in the lean. Generosity's its grain, its give. It doesn't clutch tight, it cracks open, spills out, like a jar tipped free. It's not about drain, it's about depth, a know that giving grows, not shrinks. It's like a cloud letting rain, no ask, just fall. The successful self lives this loose, this lend, knowing its full comes from its flow. It's rich from its reach. It doesn't trade for take, it gives for give, for the feel, for the fit. It's like a vine dropping berries, glad for the grab, not the gain. The successful self finds its fill in this spill, this share, lighting the day with what it lets go, warming the world with what it won't keep. It takes two with no twist. It doesn't shove off the offer it opens, accepts, like a bowl catching stream. This isn't need, it's nod, a know that taking ties the loop, lets the give breathe. It's like a hand clasping back, full in the fit. The successful self takes this grace, this gift, letting it round the ring, letting it lift all in the link. Courage is its quiet carry, its core. It doesn't mean no shakes. It means yes steps, moves through the quiver. It's like a walker crossing a rickety span, steady despite the sway. This isn't wild, it's will, a push past the pause, past the pull. The successful self knows growth hides behind the flinch, and it goes, it grabs, it grows. It doesn't wait for calm to dare, it dares in the churn, lets the shake show the stakes. It's like a swimmer hitting the deep, trusting the stroke, trusting the shore. The successful self lives this brave, this bold, knowing courage isn't clean, it's choice, a lift through the low, a light through the lean. Laughter's its lift, it's loose. It doesn't lock too tight, it cracks up, finds the funny in the flop, the fray. It's like a kid tripping and giggling, light despite the spill. This isn't fool, it's fuel, a shake-off that keeps it soft, keeps it sane. The successful self loves this laugh, this lark, knowing its balm, its breath, it's bright. It doesn't choke the chuckle, it lets it rip, loud and long, like a bell breaking still. It's not about light, it's about lift, a way to dust off, link up, live up. The successful self weaves this mirth, this merry, finding its ease in the jest, its joy in the jibe, its life in the laugh. Patience is its poise, its perch. It doesn't rush the ripe, it rests, knows the slow makes the sweet. It's like a cook letting the pot simmer, sure the wait's the win. This isn't still, it's strong, a trust that time turns right. The successful self holds this hold, this hope, letting life cook, letting good come when it's good. It doesn't kick at the crawl, it keeps faith, like a watcher sure the dawn's near. It's not about limp, it's about lift, a work that waits, a will that wins. The successful self lives this long, this late, finding its peace in the pace, its prize in the patient play, knows its nod, its need. It doesn't stretch past its span, it sets lines, saves its sap. It's like a keeper locking the gate, gentle but sure. This isn't shut, it's shield, a care that keeps it clear, keeps it close. The successful self knows all yes thins it, so it picks, it prunes, it protects. It doesn't guilt the no, it grows it, sees it as yes to the true. It's like a carver cutting the fat, leaving the form. The successful self holds this halt, this hedge, making room for what fits, what fires, what flies, keeping its course, its core, its calm. Faith's its footing, its far. It doesn't have every why, it has a trust, a sense of more, of map unseen. It's like a hiker in fog, sure the peak's there, stepping by feel. This isn't blind, it's bright, a hold that holds when proof fades. The successful self leans this lean, this look, finding its firm in the faint, its forward in the feel. It doesn't crack at the kink, it bends, believes, like a root trusting soil past the stone. It's not about sure, it's about steady, a grip on the big, a glide through the blur. The successful self lives this trust, this tie, drawing strength from the stretch, spark from the unseen. Alone's its ally, its heir. It doesn't dread the solo, it drinks it, finds its voice in the void. It's like a sitter by a fire, warm in the hush, whole in the lone. This isn't lone, it's load, a know that it's full, it's fine, it's free. The successful self takes this space, this still, touching its deep, tuning its true. It doesn't crowd the quiet, it keeps it, lets it sing, like a wind with no wall to break. It's not about cut, it's about clear, a chance to sift, to see, to settle. The successful self uses this lone, this low, finding its root in the rest, its rise in the room of one, wonders its well, its wake. It doesn't dull to the daily, it dazzles, finds the wild in the worn. It's like a kid at a window, jaw dropped at the rain, alive to the all. This isn't young, it's yes, a heart that holds the awe, the ask. The successful self feeds this find, this flare, letting it tint its time, lift its look. It doesn't skip the small, it sinks in, sees the big in the bit, like a star in a puddle, vast and close. It's not about grab, it's about glow, a way to keep the world new, the day dear. The successful self lives this wide, this wow, coloring its course with the catch, the call, the constant of wonder. Controls not its clutch, it's its cut. It doesn't fist every fix, it flows, lets life lead where it will. It's like a rider on a swell, bending with the wave, not breaking it. This isn't loose, it's lit, a trust that free fits better than force. The successful self knows the reins slip, and it's fine, it's full, it's forward. It doesn't fight the flux, it floats, finds the fun in the fall. It's like a kite cutting air, high in the let go, not the hold. The successful self loves this loose, this lift, finding its peace in the play, its path in the pull, its power in the pass of what's planned. And so it keeps, it climbs, it carves. It's not a dot to drop, it's a drift, a dance, a dew that doesn't die. It's like a stream with no dam, running free, running far, running full. This isn't perfect, it's push, a quiet craft of life that fits, that fills, that feels like its own. The successful self lives this long, this loud, this lovely unfold, a walk that's home, a way that's whole, a world that's wide and waiting. This is the stretch, the spill, the all of it, a deep dive into the successful self's song, its sway, its silent roar. It's a slow soak, a stir to the core, a call to step big, step bright, step into your own endless run.